Oh, hello. How's it going? Is it? Oh, is it gonna? There it is. Hi, Cthulhu. Hi, how's it going? Zenith. Hi, how's it going? Canadian Geek. Hi, how's it going? Aberbetter taking a swing or a swig of some streaming goodness. Yes, swing, swig, streaming. S. S, S, S. Good morning, good afternoon at this point, I guess. I'm getting started a little bit late, but I always get started late. You all understand. Dark Wolf, hi. Good morning, good afternoon. How's it going? Welcome, everyone, to another rousing rendition of Wikipedia with me. I'm in a weird mood because it's been a weird week emotionally, and I I've been not sleeping super well, which I think is understandable. But I'm kind of like out of it today, I'll be honest. How are you all? I hope you're doing well. It's S week, so we're gonna be looking up stuff that starts with the letter S. If you're new around here, by the way, I'm Abers. I play video games sometimes. My mic is in the wrong spot. Now you can probably hear me better. Cool. Good. Excellent. Play video games sometimes. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. That's what we're doing today. So we are looking up things that start with the letter S. I have quite a few topics that we've written down in previous weeks, but that doesn't mean we have to do the topics that I've written down. So if you guys have topics that you want to talk about, tell me and I'll put them in the queue here. Let's see. Literally just opened my eyes and saw the live notification. Perfect. Well, hey, thanks for coming in. How was your stream yesterday? I'm sorry I dipped to get some food and stuff, but I was lurking. I know you played Fall Guys at some point, right, Cthulhu? You got a good one for me? Zenith. Bring it. Bring it. I'm ready. Give it to me. I'll tell you what I have on my list. But again, that doesn't mean that we actually have to go through these. I would rather go through stuff that you guys want to learn about. What I have is scurvy, starfish, seahorses, synesthesia. Maybe we'll put that between something. Sea pansies, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, spirals, saxophones, Stardew Valley, Tony Spabaro, Satanism, senescence, screwball comedies, sacoglossa, and swazzle. Again, we don't have to go through any or all of those, but that's the running list that I have, so we can kind of decide what sounds good. But yeah, Zenith, I'm down. Tell me your topic. Thank you all for being here. It's good to see you all. Should we go ahead and get started? Should we just do this thing? Are we ready for it? Are we here for it? Seems like you all are here for it. Y'all are here for it, right? Okay, let's see. Salvador Allende. So that would be a week, because we do by last name if it's a person. So keep it for a week, season 2, because we can definitely do that. But yeah, instead of going by first name, we go by surname. I know, but save it for a week, because season 2 will be upon us shortly. So don't even worry. Structural adjustment. Okay, got it. On it. Yeah, sorry to burst your bubble there. I got it. Speaking of structural adjustment, I have to have structure, because otherwise I'll never know what to do. Okay, structural adjustment wiki. Here we go. On it, in it, love it, list it, leave it, got it. Here it is. I got you. Went for 8 hours. Could have gone a 10th. But my friends and I were starting to be too late for Twitch. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's totally understandable. Well, I'm glad you had fun. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Still around the same topic? Okay, cool. Nice. Well, we'll go there first. We'll talk about the letter S, and then we'll get into structural adjustment. How about that? How about them apples? Huh? I'm in a weird mood. Sorry, guys. Not sorry, just heads up. In a weird mood. I'm going to do my best, though. Okay, let's see. Oh, I need to get it to capture stuff. One moment. There we go. The letter S. S, or S, is the 19th letter in the modern English alphabet and the ISO alphabet, Latin alphabet. It's We're doing it. It's fine. We're doing it. It's fine. I just realized I need to adjust my computer ever so slightly. Boop. There it is. Okay, great. Anyway, 19th letter, 19th episode. Here we go. Its name in English is S, pronounced S, plural, S's. Here you can see how you do it in cursive, which is nice. Here's the development, the history. So it starts out looking kind of like an ear, almost. Like a drawing of an ear, right? Like a cartoon ear. And then we have like a pole with a flower. And then it's like an animal of sorts. And then we have a butt. And then a W. And then like the W becomes like an E on its side. And then we have an E upright, kinda. And then a squiggly, and then a squiggly, and then an S. So now you know. There it is. Oh, there's sisters? What do you mean sisters? What? I don't even know what that means for a letter to have a sister. We're not going to get into it. We're going to move on. But there you go. Letter S. Structural adjustment. All right, Zenith. So you might have to explain it to me like I'm 5, but we'll get into it here. Structural adjustment programs, SAPs, consist of loans, structural adjustment loans, SALs, provided by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, WB, to countries that experience economic crises. Their purpose is to adjust the country's economic structure, improve international competitiveness, and restore its balance of payments. The IMF and World Bank, two Bretton Woods institutions, require borrowing countries to implement certain policies in order to obtain new loans or to lower interest rates on existing ones. These policies are typically created around increased privatization, liberalizing trade and foreign investment, and balancing government deficit. The conditionality clauses attached to the loans have been criticized because of their effects on the social sector. SAPs are created with the stated goal of reducing the borrowing country's fiscal imbalances in the short and medium term in order to adjust the economy to long-term growth. By requiring the implementation of free market programs and policy, SAPs are supposedly intended to balance the government's budget, reduce inflation, and stimulate economic growth. The liberalization of trade, privatization, and the reduction of barriers to foreign capital would allow for increased investment, production, and trade, boosting the recipient country's economy. Countries that fail to enact these programs may be subject to severe fiscal discipline. Critics argue that the financial threats to poor countries amount to blackmail and that poor nations have no choice but to comply. Interesting. Very high! Flops tiredly into chat. Dude, I flopped tiredly into this stream for sure. How are you? It's good to see you. I saw that you were streaming yesterday. How was your Pokemon adventure? I hope it went well. Criticism part is what I'm all about. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, I'm fascinated by this. And it's something that has always confused me, this idea of like loaning different countries money and a country being in debt. And it's like, where, in terms of like the World Bank and all of that, like all of these kind of ideas are so abstract to me that it's hard to comprehend like how that actually works in practice. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, I'm very curious about this. Very interesting. Let's see. Can be tired in chat. Yeah, be tired in chat with us. I'm exhausted. If it makes you feel better. I've been struggling. I was not able to sleep last night. And the thing is, I have medicine that should help me sleep, but I don't want to take it regularly. But by the time I realize I'm not able to sleep, it's already like 2 or 3 in the morning. And I'm like, well, if I take it now, what if it just like knocks me out for like the rest of tomorrow kind of a thing? And it's like, so it's a whole thing. So then in the middle of the night, I think my little brother and his girlfriend are going to take me to Ren Fair for my birthday next month. So in the middle of the night, I was like, okay, what in my closet do I have that can make a Ren Fair costume? And just decided to do that for like an hour or 2. Eventually I fell asleep. My cat came and cuddled with me. It was very cute. Let's see. Cthulhu, you accept blame? I see. You dragged Viri into your own stream. Gotcha. So EL15, loans to poor countries to control their economic policy so that they don't react social policies that made first world countries. Hold on, let me read that again because I'm not exactly, hold on. So EL15, is that somewhere in here, or are you referring to a certain policy or a certain thing in history with that? What do you mean EL15, first of all? So loans to poor countries to control their economic policy so that they don't enact social policies that made first world countries. Yeah. Enact, not react. Thank you. Yeah. No, I got you. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's colonialism in a modern context, essentially, right? Like in a lot of ways, I think. Yeah. Let's see. Melatonin never works for me, even extra strength. Melatonin gives me the weirdest dreams. I already have weird dreams. Yeah, no, I feel that very. So the EU and USA have majority votes in the IMF and World Bank. Of course they do. That imperialism, right? Yeah, that's what it is. Melatonin makes me feel tired 2 hours later, but doesn't make me fall asleep. Yeah, I get that. Explain it like I'm 5. Oh, explain it like I'm 5. Ayut, it's good to see you. How are you? I didn't know you can tell I don't hang out on Reddit that much, right? ELI5, explain it like I'm 5. Okay, now I know. Thanks, guys. Hey, guys, thanks for explaining that acronym to me like I'm 5. Hi, happy Sunday. How are you? It's good to see you. So yeah, modern day colonialism. Yeah, the nail on the head with that. Yeah. It's, yeah, I mean, and when we say like modern day colonialism, really what we're talking about is white supremacy on a global scale, right? And so when we talk about like monetary control and coercion, like, yeah, I think that's a huge part of it. Yeah. Heavy topic to start with. That's fine. Let's get the heavy topics out of the way. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, you're good. Zenith, you're fine. Don't even worry about it. I was gonna say we'll cleanse the palate with starfish after this, okay? And anyone else who's just joining chat, if you have an S topic, let me know. We have quite a few on the list, but I'm happy to go with what you all want to read about and learn about. So let me know. You decided to start leveling a gnome mage. It's chill. I see what you did there. Wandolph, that's cute. That's a cute name. I like that. Yeah, that sounds delightful. That sounds lovely. Dope. Love starfish. Love that for us. Okay, good. I was gonna say, we have a few different sea creatures on the list today. Yeah, no, you're good. I feel like sometimes it's nice. It's nicer in some ways to start with heavier topics, or not even start necessarily, maybe like sandwich them. But it's better to me to have the heavier topics early on than to like end on a heavy one where it's like, well, that was depressing. Goodbye, everyone. You know what I mean? Like, hi, fun. If there's time, the Sedin twins, they each have an article, so whichever you prefer or whatever. Ooh, okay. Nice. How are you? It's good to see you. Okay, the Sedin twins wiki. Okay. So we have Daniel Sedin, Enric Sedin, hockey executive, professional ice hockey center, okay? And then this guy, hockey boys. They're hockey boys. Oh gosh, I don't know which hockey boy to choose. Which hockey boy do I choose? My beloved, I miss you, Daniel and Enric. How do I choose? Sudine. Ah, Sudine twins. Thank you. Having an eye headache. Oh no, I'm sorry. Get you some water and get you to a dark room if you need to. Yeah, do you think? Henrik, obviously. Okay, everyone said Henrik. Okay. All right, we'll do it. We'll get that next. On it. We'll do starfish and then we'll do hockey boys. Love it. Love that for us. Best name. Good. Right now we're learning about structural adjustments. Learning about, colonialism, money stuff. I'm so tired. I'm so out of it, you guys. It's been a week, man. So thank you all for being here. As I choke on my coffee. Thank you for being here and for understanding and tolerating this. Whatever that means. Just my essence. Okay, so SAPs are created with the stated goal. Oh, did we read this already? We definitely did. Okay, all right. So, since the late 1990s, some proponents of structural adjustment, also called structural reform, such as the World Bank, have spoken on poverty reduction as a goal. SAPs were often criticized for implementing generic free market policy and for their lack of involvement from the borrowing country. To increase the borrowing country's involvement, developing countries are now encouraged to draw up poverty reduction strategy papers, PRSPs, which essentially take the place of SAPs. Some believe that the increase of the local government's participation in creating the policy will lead to greater ownership of the loan programs and thus better fiscal policy. The content of PRSPs has turned out to be similar to the original content of bank-authored SAPs. Critics argue that the similarities show that the banks and the countries that fund them are still overly involved in the policymaking process. Within the IMF, Enhanced Structural Adjustment Facility was succeeded by the Poverty Reduction and Growth Facility, which in turn succeeded. Now my brain is like, what? By the Extended Credit Facility. Okay, so yeah, it's the way that like banks prey upon poor people and give them like high interest loans essentially that they can never pay off, and then punish them for not being able to pay them off, right? It's just that on a macro scale, yeah? Yeah? Not to like water it down too much, but if I'm understanding it correctly, that's like kind of the TLDR, yeah? Let's see. Regions supported. Structural adjustment loans are mainly distributed to developing countries located primarily in East and South Asia, Latin America, and Africa. All of the countries, all of the regions that have been most affected by colonialism and imperialism, right? 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 Southern Hemisphere, essentially, right? Fucking wild. Okay. This shit goes deep, man. Colombia, Mexico, Turkey, Philippines, Pakistan, Nigeria, Sudan, Zimbabwe, other countries. As of 2018, India has been the largest recipient of structural adjustment program loans since 1990. Such loans cannot be spent on health, development, or education programs. What? What? Let me read that again. Such loans cannot be spent on health, development, or education programs. Someone help me. Help me. Help me understand this. Help me. What? What? Excuse me? Wikipedia? To reduce poverty. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Yeah, God forbid we stop exploiting them. Well, you see, if we stop exploiting them, then we won't be on the top anymore. Jesus Christ, dude. Let's see, the loan interest rates are based on federal interest rates. So the U.S. upping their rates also affects poor countries in the global south. Yeah, totally. Yeah. What the fuck? T. Miller, hi. So then what are they spent on? That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So then what can you spend them on? The largest of these have been to the banking sector, $2 trillion for IBRD 77880. I don't know what that means. And for Swach Bharat Mission, $1.5 billion for IBRD 85590. I'm stuck on this sentence. I can't get past this sentence. This is also like just like global spread of consumerist culture then, essentially, right? Because if we're talking about like this idea of like boosting the economy, then probably idea is like consumption in terms of like buying products, yes? Rather than investing it in health or education or development. I'm angry. Good morning, by the way. That popped me out of my lurk. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for popping out of your lurk. Feel free to lurk if you need to go back into lurk mode, but it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Team Miller, I do have, I think this was maybe your topic, but I could be wrong, but it reminded me of you. It was written in my notebook. Sabrina the Teenage Witch is on the list. The original, for the record. Let's see. Countries loan them back to private companies so they can invest in the economy. Yay, capitalism! Yay! Yay! White supremacy and colonialism and preying upon poor people and how all of these things are connected. Cool. 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 Yeah, no, I figured you would be. I was like, if I didn't write that down, it was funny because I read it in the notebook and I was like, that was either for T. Miller or Maddie Brady. I was like, I don't know who, but it was for one of the two of you. Can we just burn everything down in a fire? This is probably why I'm part of why I'm tired, but just like life in general has made me very tired this week for a myriad of reasons. And we don't need to get into the details of it because all of us are dealing with it, right? But like, just in general, the longer I exist and the more I learn about these things, the more I just think that we just need to we just need to start over. We just need a reset button on humanity and start over. Burn it down! Which obviously that kind of thought, experiment doesn't really help in the short term, and especially I feel the need with the news happening this week and everything, I need to acknowledge my white privilege in terms of these things, because the things that we're experiencing and learning about are all tied to what we're learning about here in terms of colonialism and capitalism and the way in which that specifically preys on marginalized people. And when I say marginalized people, I mean Black people and Indigenous people, right? So it's like, it's, this kind of extortion that's happening politically and economically and globally is not new. But it just keeps like hitting harder and harder and harder and harder. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, shit, man. Of course Europe's not better. Europe started it. Of course Europe's not better. Europe started colonialism. And when we say Europe, what I mean is Western Europe, and what I mean is white folks in Europe, right? Of course it's not. That's like people being like, I want to move to Canada. Canada's not better. Hello, my Canadians in chat. You know this. Have you looked at the history of Indigenous people in Canada and the way that they've been treated and continue to be treated? It's white culture. It's white supremacy on a global scale. That's it. The reason white people are like, let me move to Canada is because they know that white people might be getting treated better in Canada. White people might be treated better in Europe. Doesn't mean that they're better. Right? Welcome to Wikipedia with me. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We're here. We're in it. It's happening. Fuck. Eat the rich. In conclusion, eat the rich. Yeah, pretty much. When are we all going outside of Jeff Bezos' house? This is the other thing. It's not even Jeff Bezos' fault. He just happened to win the capitalist game, right? He won. He did it. He did it. He won. It's the system, right? Yeah. Canada, I'll let you say it, fun, because you're from Canada. Canada is a wretched colonial shithole. Same with the US, man. And again, same with many countries in Western Europe, right? Yeah. Yeah. Theory, I know a YouTuber who moved to Australia to protect their kids. Scary that moving was the best option. Australia is another one in terms of colonialism and white supremacy. And again, like looking at the history of Indigenous populations in Australia and how they were treated and continue to be treated and oppressed and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah. And again, that goes back to British colonialism in terms of the spread of the British Empire during that time. Yeah. Yeah. Which is not to say I'm not blaming Europe. I'm just saying this is like white history, essentially. Yeah. Let's see. Quebec is a shithole of a place. Our prime minister just said on TV, some cultures aren't equal to others. Yuck. Yikes, dude. To be fair, he can choose to stop exploiting his workers. Yes. True. Well, and this is where, okay, so this is where this conversation gets interesting, right? Is that like, so you do have within a system, you have individual agency. So Jeff Bezos has individual agency in which he could be using the billions of dollars that he continues to make daily for good of some sort, right? But I think that the problem is when we go, it's your fault, Jeff Bezos, we're missing the forest for the trees. You know what I mean? Because it's a structural, systemic thing that has encouraged and propelled people like Jeff Bezos, right? And so even if, okay, let's say we all go to Jeff Bezos' house and murder him and take his money, there will be another Jeff Bezos if we don't tear down the whole system, right? So that's where it's like we kind of, I think we spend too much energy on that kind of thinking sometimes rather than looking at the way that it's completely ingrained in our societal fabric, you know? But at the same time, that's not to negate individual responsibility. It's like, it's tricky. It's one of those things where it's like, but talking about like, global warming and environmental impact and whatnot, like there's this very hopeless kind of, mathematical reasoning to the idea of like, we as individuals can't do shit to stop what's happening in terms of the destruction of the environment because of corporate capitalism, right? And at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean that I should continue to just like throw trash on the street or whatever. Like, I mean, that's a kind of extreme example, but it's like, this place of like agency within these structures is really interesting. It's always a nuanced conversation, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, you're totally right, Fun. It's true. I think their concern was schools, slightly better in Australia from what I've heard. Again, for white people, right? I want to make it clear that whenever we say it's better, What we're saying is it's better for white people. It's not better for black people. It's not better for people of color. It's not better for indigenous folks. It's better for white people, generally speaking. And I don't even know if your friend is white, but just in general, in the like broad conversation that we're having, that's what we mean when we say, oh, Europe is better. Oh, Canada is better. Oh, Australia is better. It's like, better for whom? Better for people with privilege, you know? Because for one, they have the privilege and the means to actually move to said country. And that tells you a whole lot about their station in life, yeah? This is not to villainize your friend. Your friend just happens to be an example. And I hope that their life in Australia is great. So I'm sorry, Viri. It's just an example of this stuff in general, you know? But yeah. Let's see. I do think that anyone with billions is in the best position to tear it down. 100%. 100%. Yep. Well, it's funny. So not to come for Beyonce. We all love Beyonce. The new song that she came out with is great. I love Beyonce. Let it be known. That said, her song is a little bit tone deaf in terms of this idea of like, quit your job. It's like, I would, Beyonce, if I was able to like continue to pay my rent. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's interesting. And there are some people that, you know, make billions of dollars that do a lot of good and do a lot of philanthropy and a lot of like charitable work. Right. But yeah, absolutely. The people in power are the ones who can actually do something about it and probably won't. The Jeff Bezoses of the world clearly won't because they want to maintain that power and that status quo, you know? But they're absolutely the ones in the best position to actually like have any kind of like effective change. Totally. Yeah, totally. All this knowledge, and I got, is one damn vote in the middle of a red state. RIP. I know. I got to fill out my ballot and turn it in by Tuesday. It's another one where it's like, I would tell you to vote and you probably should. But also, I don't blame people for not voting at this point in time. I remember when I was younger, being really frustrated with a friend of mine. I was like, you have to vote. How are you not voting? And he's black. And he was like, why would I participate in a system that's never been for me? I remember in that moment being like, yeah, fuck. Yeah, no, you're right. Which again, that's not to discourage people from voting, but somebody said it on Twitter, I think, this last week. They're like, go vote is the Democratic version of thoughts and prayers. Yay! What a week we're having. What a time to be alive, huh? Sorry if I'm screaming, by the way. Is my mic way too loud? I turned it up for Skyrim yesterday, and I don't know if it's at a good volume, but let me know. Let's see. Super famous YouTuber. We ain't friends, I wish. Okay, all right. Yeah, YouTuber. Okay. See? Super famous. See? Privilege. Okay, good. I was like, I don't want to offend you if this is like a friend of yours. Got it. Okay, I see. Chupa Chum, hi. We're just yelling about life. Just yelling about existence and colonialism and white supremacy and how fucked existence is right now for everyone. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. See Cthulhu. Personally, it's better being queer around here a lot, so there's that. Right. But again, I'm going to keep saying it because we need to say it. Being queer doesn't absolve us of our white privilege. It doesn't. Because if you're a queer white person, you have way more privilege than a queer black person or a queer indigenous person, right? So it's like, I feel the need to, it comes back down to that always. It does. Because anti-blackism, like anti-blackness and anti-indigenousness and anti-brown people, those are global ideas that have been spread by white supremacist colonialism, right? So again, like this is stuff that's like, it's so deeply ingrained in our culture. And I say our culture because again, it's global. And I live in the United States. So there's a very particular brand of racism here with regard to the history of human enslavement on this land and indigenous genocide. So I live in a really fucked up place in terms of that kind of cultural identity. But it's not the only place where that exists. You know what I mean? So that's where it's like, I have a lot of pushback against this argument of like, move to Canada, move to Australia, move to Western Europe, because it's like that shit exists everywhere, you know? And so yes, being queer is dangerous in most parts of the world, and at the same time, if you're white, it's not as dangerous for you. Just point blank. Like, it's just not, you know? That's why intersectionality is so important. If you don't know about intersectionality, highly recommend you look up Kimberly Crenshaw's work, because she kind of coined that term and goes in depth on this idea of there are various aspects of our identity that all kind of combine to determine where we're at in terms of our social identity and our place in this kind of like social hierarchy, right? So it's like when you look at, we can't just look at sexuality or gender identity. We must also look at race and class, and if you're able-bodied, and if you come from, you know, wealth or not. Like there's all of these things combine to then determine where you're at in terms of privilege, right? So it's like, we can't just like take one thing like being queer and not look at the rest of it, because all of it impacts each other. You know what I mean? In some ways it's absolutely worse here, because there's such a widespread Canada is great propaganda. Yeah, totally. That we just grow up believing the racism is hidden away. Yeah. Well, and in the United States, we're taught very much so that like slavery's in the past. Everything was fixed with Martin Luther King in the 60s. Everything's fine now, right? And so like that's how we're growing up. Where it's like, oh, it's so sad in the past. And even like the myth of Thanksgiving is another one that like kills me in terms of United States cultural identity. Ooh, you guys got me on one. You got me on one, and I've only been streaming for 45 minutes. But we teach our children over and over again, year after year, that Thanksgiving was this time where white people and indigenous people came together and had a meal, and it was so beautiful and nice, right? And then the cultural genocide that happens is like not covered in any kind of history book in United States history classes in public education. Nowhere to be found. Human enslavement is like a footnote in U.S. history books and public education, right? Like, it's not until you get to higher ed that you learn about any of that kind of stuff, and even then you have to really specialize in like ethno studies in order to like learn about that kind of stuff, you know? Kai Wildcat, hi! Anyone coming to chat? Hello! Good day to you all! Welcome! Canada's awesome. Also, dark brown background of colonialism and mistreatment. Totally. We were just talking about that, Kai Wildcat. Yeah. As an American who's lived in Canada for almost 13 years, it's very interesting to see the similarities and differences. Yeah. Structural racism doesn't exist anymore. Right. Redlining is a great example. Dude, structural prison system, the school to prison pipeline, the police system in the United States. When we talk about redlining, then we talk about what the educational system, and so what you have access to in terms of education, what you have access to in terms of healthcare. Like, really, when it comes down to it, is like access to resources, right? And so there are certain populations that have access to resources and other populations that don't. And don't tell me that's not by design, because it is. It is. And again, it's so deeply woven into our culture that we don't even see it, especially if we have privilege. It's just facts, man. Don't get started on Jim Crow laws and the subsequent decade of social and economic practices that crippled minorities. Yeah. I mean, it's all of it, right? Like, it's all of it. Yeah. Well, should we get back to reading? Reading about structural adjustment? To be honest, I don't feel educated enough to contribute more to this conversation. And that's, you know what? If you're self-aware enough to know that, then that means it's a good time to listen and learn. And I think I often need to do more listening and learning. I think we all do, again, especially if you're in a place of privilege. So I'm specifically talking to us white people. We need to shut up and listen more. It's very necessary. It's true. It's just true. Should we go to the criticism section? Okay. It's not just you, Viri. And it also means start following Black content creators, start following Indigenous content creators, start educating yourself on these things. If you know that you're not that educated on it, that's the first step. Like, knowing that is the first step. The next step is to then educate yourself, right? And so if you want resources or you're interested, and this goes for anyone in chat, let me know, and I'm happy to like provide that, and we can talk about that. But yeah, fuck. Fuck. Good morning. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. We're coming in hot today, you guys. You're welcome, Viri. It's stuff I'm really passionate about, and because I'm passionate about it, I often have to like check myself and be like, nope, not your time to speak. You need to shut up and listen. So it's just one of those things where it's like, and this is the thing too, it's never ending work. So no matter how many books we read, no matter how many different, workshops we go to and content creators we follow or whatever, the reality is that it's a lifelong deprogramming that we have to do, because if you're born into privilege, you are born into a system that benefits you consistently, constantly. And so because of that, it's a constant kind of like checking in with yourself and recognizing that, like, being born into privilege does not make you a bad person. Being born into a system that benefits you because of racism and therefore makes you racist doesn't make you a bad person. What it means is that you got work to do. We all have work to do. That's it. It's not about are you good, are you bad. It's about recognizing that, like, oh, there's shit I need to do in order to do good in the world, and also like recognize the places where bad is being done in the world and how I'm contributing to that without even knowing it. It's a lot. Get some coffee. It's a lot. What have I done? Zenith, you don't even know what you awoke in me. But it's okay. I was feeling it this morning. I don't even think you... this probably would have happened regardless of this topic, but like I woke up in this mood. If it makes you feel better, it's funny because I try to take like a little cute selfie to like throw on Twitter to be like, I'm live, and I like couldn't even smile on my selfies at all. I was just like, I'm live. Go fuck yourselves. So not your fault, and also thank you for bringing this into my awareness, because honestly, that, like I said, like I was aware of World Bank and whatnot, and obviously like aware on some level of economic injustice, but like not to this level. I didn't know about this, so thank you for bringing this into my awareness. I really appreciate it. Let's see, the overwhelming responsibility of deprogramming my kids as they're programmed. Oof, being a woke parent. Oof, being a woke white parent sounds really fucking hard. Fun. I think you're doing a great job. And just keep going. This is the other thing. Okay, we're get to it. Here's the other thing, guys. It's so easy to, again, I'm speaking specifically to white people in chat. So anyone who's not white, feel free to contribute also, please do. But know that I'm specifically talking to us white people. It's so hard to not get into this like white guilt too, because it's like, so as we're like doing the deprogramming thing, it's like there's these things that you learn where you're just like, oh, holy shit, I've done that before, I've said that before, I did that, I participated in that and I didn't realize, right? And that's one of those things too. It's just gonna like keep happening over and over and over again, and the aim is not perfection, because that's not possible. It's not. And so if that's what you're going for, you're going to always set yourself up for failure. And this is true with anything, right? But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be striving towards it regardless. So it's like, it's this weird, giving yourself grace and holding yourself accountable are not mutually exclusive things. And this is something I have to remind myself all the time, because I really struggle with that concept, because it's so hard, like, because the way that my brain works, I feel like if I give myself grace, I'm like letting myself off the hook. And that's not how it works. It's like, you can give yourself grace to be flawed and to make mistakes while also recognizing that we're all striving towards creating a better world if we can, if it's possible, and creating an environment in which we can be self-actualized in some way without, you know, oppressing and to the detriment of other people, right? So it's just like it's one of those things that it's like we're not gonna get it right all of the time, and that doesn't mean it's not worth like working toward. Does that make sense? I got a great book if you want to learn more about this stuff. Drop it in the Discord. Drop it in the Discord. Yeah, definitely do that. If anyone's not in the Discord and you feel like hanging out, you're more than welcome. But yeah, the self-realizations are hard. It's hard. It is hard. Well, and I think too, the more that like white people can get together with other white people to talk about this stuff so that we're not making Black people and people of color do the emotional labor of this work for us, because that's not fair either, right? But the more that we can call each other in to doing this work and keeping it going and encouraging each other and helping to hold each other accountable, I think it's huge. Very much moments of like, oh shit, yep, okay, note that, don't do it again. But then at 3 a.m. it's one of those cycles of recriminations. Yeah, totally fun. Yeah, no, I get that. I do. Guys, what's happening with my hair today? I don't even know. It doesn't matter. Let's see. There's also moments of going, wow, this is fucked up, and being grateful that you can recognize and become. I love that too. Taking a moment of, if it's possible, which is hard, but rather than having a moment of like, I'm going to beat myself up for this because I didn't know it before, having a moment of like, oh, wow, I'm grateful for this opportunity to have learned this so that I can stop perpetuating this belief, this form of oppression, right? Yeah, this idea of gratitude, I really love, Kai Wildcat. I think that's so radical, honestly. Like, yeah, being grateful in that moment. Like, this is something I try to do as a teacher all the time, because I get shit wrong as a teacher because I'm human and teachers don't know everything and I don't know everything. But I try really hard to say thank you for the correction rather than like getting defensive. And it's so hard because I tend to be very defensive because I'm very insecure in a lot of ways, if I'm being honest about it. So like, yeah, gratitude is a radical concept that I really like. I think it's really smart. It makes so much sense. Went to a local amusement park last summer to see a classic carousel. It was awesome until the organ started playing Dixie and I was so taken aback. Yeah. I mean, there's so much stuff like that, that people don't even, again, it's so culturally ingrained. And then we get into a whole other conversation about like censorship versus like education surrounding things. And like, yeah, was not prepared. Yeah. Taken aback is a great way to put it, because I think a lot of these things, it's like we're not in a mind frame where we're like expecting that kind of stuff. And you grew up in the South, right? That's interesting. All right, let's read about the criticism, shall we? Shall we continue? Hey friends, thank you for having these conversations with me. I really appreciate it. I know it's not easy and it's not necessarily fun stuff to talk about. But I so deeply appreciate having a space that we've built together where we can talk about this kind of stuff. So thank you for being here for that. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Okay, what are we doing? Advantages? I don't know if I want to read about advantages, but maybe we should read about advantages and then get into criticism, because I'm curious what the advantages are of structural adjustment. So we'll read the advantages and then we'll get into criticism. How about that? Okay, so advantages. Autonomy. I'm already mad. Okay, during the entire SAL loan process, member countries always have the initiative in policy selection. We're not recognizing a power dynamic there. I digress. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are obliged to provide member countries with advice, guidance, and policy building, but they have no right to replace members. Countries' arbitration guarantees the economic autonomy of member states. Okay. Flexibility. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank have always taken flexible measures to avoid rigid lending regulations due to insufficient understanding of a country's situation. For example, taking into account the difficulties and uncertainties in the implementation of long-term policies by a country's domestic government, member countries are usually allowed to amend their adjustment plans. Usually. In the initial broad period, when the demand for funds is large, the quota of the country is too low compared with its economic scale, and the adjustment plan is effective. The IMF and the World Bank are allowed to break the practice and adjust the specific quota for loans issued by the state. Okay. Continuity. Due to the long time required for structural adjustment, the IMF and World Bank generally prefer to provide a series rather than a loan to ensure the periodicity and continuity of the structural adjustment plan. Therefore, the loan becomes a catalyst for obtaining additional financing. This provides a guarantee for the fundamental structural adjustment of the comprehensive measures of key departments and avoids the possible adverse effects of the inconsistency of the project loan cycle and the pace of policy reform. Thoroughness. The purpose of rooting out bad economic performance and supplemented by a series of supporting comprehensive policy measures, although this may make a country pay adjustment costs in the short term, but in the long run, it will definitely help. Definitely? Yeah, skeptic screeches. As the country's economy is on track in achieving a virtuous cycle, this is precisely the key to difficulty of obtaining long-term benefits in the past, such as project loans and other forms of loans. In addition, SAL has the advantages of long loan life, low loan interest rate, loose loan conditions, and easy negotiation. Easy? Because of this, SAL has been welcomed by many developing countries and played a positive role for the improvement of economic conditions in these countries. Where are your sources? Give me examples. Might take a deep lyric. Eye headache isn't going away. I'm sorry. Me screaming about, existence and how much it sucks probably didn't help. But I hope you'll feel better soon. Yeah, no, go lay down. Go take care of yourself. Definitely go do what you got to do, Viri. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Did the World Bank write that part? That's what I'm saying. Where there's no citation here. There's no citation here. This citation, they're talking about Lithuania structural adjustment loan in 1999. This one, I'm not sure. Lithuania again? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Not you at all, BB. I'm just sorry you're not feeling good. I hope you feel better soon. Headaches are the worst, especially like an eye headache, like eye strain. Like I feel ya. And thank you for being here. Thank you for the deep lurk. I appreciate it. Do what you got to do for sure. Let's see. Leaders who oppose this were literally assassinated by the CIA, but okay. Yikes, dude. Yeah, let's get into the criticisms, eh? Oh man. What a journey we've been on this morning. We're an hour into the stream. It's okay, we're gonna read about starfish in a minute. Okay, so criticisms. There are multiple criticisms that focus on different elements of SAPs. There are many examples of structural adjustments failing. In Africa, instead of making economies grow fast, structural adjustment actually have a contractive impact in most countries. Economic growth in African countries in the 1980s and 1990s fell below the rates of previous decades. Agriculture suffered as state support was radically withdrawn. After independence of African countries in the 1960s, industrialization had begun in some places but was now wiped out. This is some Wakanda shit, man. Undermining national sovereignty. Critics claim that SAPs threatened the sovereignty of national economies because an outside organization is dictating a nation's economic policy. Right, this is the same as like propping up like democracy in developing countries, as if like that's not to benefit. Like the United States does this shit all the time. Like it's just this shit runs deep, man. All right. Anyway. Critics argue that the creation of a good policy is in a sovereign nation's own best interest. Thus, SAPs are unnecessary given the state is acting in its best interest. However, supporters consider that in many developing countries, the government will favor political gain over national economic interests. That is, it will engage in rent-seeking practices to consolidate political power rather than address crucial economic issues. In many countries in the sub-Saharan Africa, political instability has gone hand in hand with gross economic decline. One of the core problems with the conventional structural adjustment programs is the disproportionate cutting of social spending. When public budgets are slashed, the primary victims are disadvantaged communities who typically are not well organized. An almost classic criticism of structural adjustment is pointing out the dramatic cuts in education and health sectors. This is what I mean. Like, wouldn't you think if the goal was to actually help these struggling countries, wouldn't you think that like healthcare and education would be like two of the like first things that you would put that money toward? Like what? Okay, in many cases, governments ended up spending less money on these essential services than servicing international debts. Cool. Neo-colonialism, neo-imperialism. We already said this. I love that. We're on top of it, chat. SAPs are viewed by some post-colonialists as the modern procedure of colonization. Yeah, what do you mean post-colonialism? That's not a thing. It's still happening. By minimizing a government's ability to organize and regulate its internal economy, pathways are created for multinational companies to enter states and extract their resources. Upon independence from colonial rule, many nations that took on foreign debt were unable to repay it, limited as they were to production and exportation of cash crops, and restricted from control of their own more valuable natural resources. See? By SAP free trade and low regulation and requirements. Fucked up. It's so fucked up. In order to repay interest, these post-colonial countries are forced to... Okay, so post-colonial, I suppose, means that they're independent from the country that colonized them, right? Which I guess that makes sense. If that's our working definition of post-colonial, I understand that. So independent nations that are no longer under colonial rule, yeah? So these post-colonial countries are forced to acquire further foreign debt in order to pay off previous interests, resulting in an endless cycle of financial subjugation. It's the same. It's just a macro level of like creditors preying on poor people. It's the exact same shit. Osterhamel's The Dictionary of Human Geography defines colonialism as the enduring relationship of domination and mode of dispossession, usually, or at least initially, between an indigenous or enslaved majority and a minority of interlopers, colonizers, who are convinced of their own superiority, pursue their own interests, and exercise power through a mixture of coercion, persuasion, conflict, and collaboration. That's a great definition. We're going to read that one more time. Dictionary of Human Geography defines colonialism as the enduring relationship of domination and mode of dispossession, usually or at least initially, between an indigenous or enslaved majority, and a minority of interlopers, colonizers, white people, who are convinced of their own superiority, pursue their own interests, and exercise power through a mixture of coercion, persuasion, conflict, and collaboration. The definition adopted by the Dictionary of Human Geography suggests that Washington Consensus SAPs resemble modern financial colonization. 100%. In most developing countries, there's more money being paid to interest than national GDP growth and charity coming into the country. Yeah. So overall, money is leaving the country each year, and guess where it's going? Right. This is like student loans, right? Are a great example. You can like see people's receipts of like how much the initial loan was and how much they've paid. And they've paid like thousands of dollars more because of interest on the loan than the loan initially was, and then are still in debt, right? Fuck. Investigating Immanuel Kant's conception of liberal internationalism and his opposition to commercial empires, Beat John said, private interests within liberal capitalist states continue to pursue the opening up of markets abroad, and they continue to enlist their government support through multilateral and bilateral arrangements, conditional aid, International Monetary Fund, and the World Trade Organization. While the latter agreements are formally voluntary, in light of desperate economic dependence of many developing states, they are, to all intents and purposes, imposed. 100%. That's the thing where it's like, we say voluntary as if there's actually a choice, right? There's this concept called the illusion of choice. And actually, I remember learning about this when I was working in ECE. I worked in early childhood education for a little bit. And it's a, it's a great technique to get kids to do what they need to do, right? The illusion of choice. So the example that I always have is like, it's bedtime. You need to get your kiddo into pajamas, which, by the way, I'm not a parent. I don't mean to diminish this struggle because it's a struggle. That said, a strategy, the illusion of choice, is rather than saying, do you want to get into your pajamas now? Because then the option is pajamas or no pajamas. So therefore, no, I don't want to get into pajamas, right? Instead, do you want to get into your blue pajamas or your red pajamas? You don't have a choice as to whether or not you're getting into pajamas, but you have a choice of which pajamas you're getting into, right? So the illusion of choice is something that I find fascinating in terms of a concept. And when we talk about it in this context, like really the idea is like, what options do you actually have in order to survive, right? It's like recognizing the power differential, you know? Anyway, I don't even know where I stopped. Moreover, the beneficiaries of these agreements, sometimes intentionally so, often unintentionally, turn out to be the rich countries. I don't know if it's often unintentionally, but anyway, the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, TRIPS, it has been argued, turned the WTO into a royalty collection agency for the rich countries. The structural adjustment programs, SAPs, connected to IMF loans have proven singularly disastrous for poor countries, but provide huge interest payments to the rich. In both cases, the voluntary signatures of poor states do not signify consent. There it is. The voluntary signatures of poor states do not signify consent to the details of the agreement, but need. Boom. It's just, and again, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but it's the exact same shit as mortgage lending companies and loan collectors and credit card companies. It's the exact same shit, just on a macro level. Also, I feel like I have an eyelash in my eye, which is really exciting. What an exciting development. Unintentionally. Sure, Jan. Sure, Linda. Okay, anyway. Obviously, trade with liberal or non-liberal states is not a moral obligation, yet conditional aid, like IMF and WTO policies, aims at changing the cultural. And this is huge too, because they talk about like the economic impact, but it's like, what about the cultural impact, right? Cultural, economic, and political constitution, and then we get into the politics of it in terms of like, we gave you this money, therefore this leader should be in charge, right? Political constitution of a target state, clearly without its consent. Whoop, 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 whoop. What a way to start out. You're right, Zenith. What a topic. What a start to the stream. I love it. I'm here for it. I sound like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm grateful to have learned about this because it's juicy stuff. Juicy stuff. Okay, privatization. A common policy required in structural adjustment is the privatization of state-owned industries and resources. Yikes. This policy aims to increase the efficiency and investment and to decrease state spending. State-owned resources are to be sold whether they generate a fiscal profit or not. Critics have condemned these privatization requirements, arguing that when resources are transferred to foreign corporations and or national elites, the goal of public prosperity is replaced with the goal of private accumulation. Furthermore, state-owned firms may show fiscal losses because they fulfill a wider social role, such as providing low-cost utilities and jobs. Some scholars, who? Sorry, I thought that was funny. Such as Naomi Klein, you just answered your Hugh question. Have argued that SAPs and neoliberal policies have negatively affected many developing countries. Of course they have. Privatization has had disparate effects on women and men. One study examines how the privatization of male-dominated manufacturing and extractive industries in Argentina as a result of structural adjustment programs and subsequent rise in unemployment among men have forced women into the labor market, in which they are underpaid and face poor working conditions. And that's, again, when we get into intersectionalism, right? It's like these things impact different aspects of identity differently. So this is going to impact men differently than it impacts women. It's going to impact queer folks differently than it impacts cis folks or het folks, right? Like it's going to impact white folks differently than it impacts black folks and indigenous folks. It's going to impact poor folks differently than it impacts rich folks, right? Like juicy stuff. Feminist studies critique the economic theory behind structural adjustment because its focus on the productive economy renders invisible the reproductive labor women do, while assuming that reproductive economy will continue to function in the same way it did prior to the economic restructuring. Post-colonial feminist Chandra Mohanty says the proliferation of structural adjustment policies around the world has reprivatized women's labor by shifting the responsibility for social welfare from the state to the household and to women located there. Cool. Austerity. Critics hold SAPs responsible for much of the economic stagnation that has occurred in the borrowing countries. SAPs emphasize maintaining a balanced budget, which forces austerity programs. The casualties of balancing a budget are often social programs. For example, if a government cuts education funding, universality is impaired, therefore long-term economic growth. Similarly, cuts to health programs have allowed diseases such as AIDS to devastate some areas' economy by destroying the workforce. Damn. A 2009 book by Rick Rowden entitled The Deadly Ideas of Neoliberalism, How the IMF Has Undermined Public Health and the Fight Against AIDS, claims that the IMF's monetarist approach toward prioritizing price stability, low inflation, and fiscal restraint, low budget deficits, was unnecessarily restrictive and has prevented developing countries from being able to scale up long-term public investment as a percentage of GDP in the underlying public health infrastructure. The book claims the consequences have been chronically unfunded public health systems, leading to dilapidated health infrastructure, inadequate numbers of health personnel, and demoralizing working conditions that have fueled the push factors driving the brain drain of nurses migrating from poor countries to rich ones, all of which has undermined public health systems and the fight against HIV/AIDS in developing countries. Again, it goes back to that one sentence that I got caught up on, is like, you're not allowed, you can take this loan, but you're not allowed to spend it on healthcare or on education. Again, then what is the goal actually, right? It's not to help people. A counter-argument is that it's illogical to assume that reducing funding to a program automatically reduces its quality. Okay, Jan. I'm going to just keep saying that. There may be factors within these sectors that are susceptible to corruption or overstaffing that causes the initial investment to not be used as efficiently as possible. Jazz hands. Dude. Oh, man. Okay. Recent studies have shown strong connections between SAPs and tuberculosis rates in developing nations. Fuck! Countries with native populations living traditional lifestyles face unique challenges in regard to structural adjustment. Authors, oh man, I'm so sorry about pronunciation, Ikubolaje, Bernard Logan, and Kadane Mengestieb, make the case in their article, IMF World Bank Adjustment and Structural Transformation on Sub-Saharan Africa, for the ineffectiveness of structural adjustment in part being attributed to the disconnect between the informal sector of the economy as generated by traditional society and the formal sector generated by a modern urban society. The rural and urban scales and different needs of each are a factor that usually goes unexamined when analyzing the effects of structural adjustment. In some rural traditional communities, the absence of land ownership and ownership of resources, land tenure, and labor practices due to custom and tradition provides a unique situation in regard to the structural economic reform of a state. Kinship-based societies, for example, operate under the rule that collective group of resources are not to serve individual purposes. Gender roles and obligations, familial relations, lineage, and household organization all play a part in functioning of a traditional society. It would then appear difficult to formulate effective economic reform policies by considering only the formal sector of society and the economy, leaving out more traditional societies and ways of life. Well, and also what they're talking about is like the public sector versus the private sector. And really when we get down to it, when you look at like misogyny and patriarchy, you're looking at like the way in which we perceive public work versus private, like public labor versus private labor, right? Which is kind of what they were talking about earlier in terms of like feminist theory and feminist critique of this idea. Juicy. It's juicy, Jan. Gotta wet my whistle for more of this. Okay. Okay. All right. That was basically it in terms of critique, I think. But we'll just finish it out. We'll finish it out because we're almost there. So IMF SAPs versus World Bank SAPs. While both the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank loan to depressed and developing countries, their loans are intended to address different problems. The IMF mainly lends to countries that have a balance of payment problems. They cannot pay their international debts, so loan them more money that they can't pay back. While the World Bank offers loans to fund particular development projects. However, the World Bank also provides balance of payment support, usually through the adjustment packages jointly negotiated with the IMF. It's so shady. IMF loans focus on temporarily fixing problems that countries face as a whole. Traditionally, IMF loans were meant to be repaid in a short duration between 2.5 and 4 years. Today, there are a few longer-term options available which go up to 7 years, as well as options that lend to countries in times of crisis, such as natural disasters or conflicts. Donor countries. The IMF is supported solely by its member states, and while the World Bank funds its loans with a mix of member contributions and corporate bonds. Cool. Currently, there are 185 members of the IMF as of February 2007, and 184 members of the World Bank. Members are assigned a quota to be reevaluated and paid on a rotating schedule. The assessed quota is based upon the donor country's portion of the world economy. One of the critiques of SAPs is that the highest donating countries hold too much influence over which countries receive the loans and the SAPs that accompany them. However, the largest donor only holds 18% of the votes. Some of the largest donors are United Kingdom, United States, go fucking figure, Japan, Canada, Germany, France. Wow! Zenith, this is a good topic. Thank you for bringing this into my awareness, because I again, like I said, I was like vaguely aware of this as a like general concept, but like in terms of like the actual like details of how this works, I didn't know about before. I'm shocked that these are the largest donors. US and EU voting together can shut down any supermajority vote. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, because you've got US, United Kingdom, Germany, France right there. Like, that's pretty fucking powerful. Wild shit, man. Yuck. Sorry, EU. No, you're good. US and UK only. Oh, really? I mean, yeah. Still, yeah. I mean, yeah. I got nothing more to say on it. I feel like I've said what I need to say, but, fuck. Just those two can shut down any vote. Yikes, dude. Yikes. Ugh. Zenith, I'm curious, how did this come into your awareness? How did you first learn about structural adjustment stuff? Because like I said, I knew about the World Bank kinda, I knew about IMF kinda, but not nearly to this extent. I read a book. Love that. Love that for you. That's really cool. Well, yeah, thank you for bringing it here. It's good stuff to know about and to think about and just be aware about. Recommended in the Discord. Perfect. Thank you for that. Yeah. Again, if anyone feels like hanging out in the Discord, you're more than welcome. Come on, Stream Manager. There it is. There we go. Well, should we read about starfish? Anyone interested in learning about starfish now? Are we prepared for a palate cleanser? Do we need it feels like a very odd segue. Is there anything more that needs to be said before we learn about starfish? I'm gonna drink more water, and then we'll get into it. I'm hoping that, thank you for the hydrate. I'm hoping that starfish aren't as depressing of a topic. All right, sea stars, starfish. Here we go. Let's learn. Starfish, or sea stars, are star-shaped echinoderms. Starfish are amazing. Ooh, fun. We have some sort of underwater slug situation happening later. We have Sacoglossa, and then we also have sea pansies. I don't know how either of those got on the list, but they're here. We got it. We got some things. We got some stuff to learn about, is what I'm trying to say. Let's go. Let's go for it. Starfish, or sea stars, are star-shaped echinoderms belonging to the class Asteroidea. Echinoderms. I was close. Okay, echinoderms. Echinoderms. Common usage frequently finds these names to being applied to ophiuroids, which are correctly referred to as brittle stars or basket stars. So these are different. I've seen these boys before, and I thought, like I call them boys, and I thought they were the same thing. So I see now. Brittle stars are serpent stars, so these are different. Okay, all right. Good to know. Okay. Which are correctly referred to as brittle stars or basket stars. Starfish are also known as asteroids due to being in the class Asteroidea. About 1,900 species of starfish occur on the seabed in all world's oceans, from warm tropical zones to frigid polar regions. I don't know why, but my brain, I'm shocked by them being in cold weather environments. I associate them with like tropical weather, so that's interesting to me. They're found from the intertidal zone down to the abyssal depths at 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet below the surface. Starfish are marine invertebrates. They typically have a central disc and usually 5 arms, though some species have a large number of arms. The arboreal or upper surface may be smooth, granular, or spiny, and is covered with overlapping plates. Many species are brightly colored in various shades of red or orange, while others are blue, gray, or brown. Starfish have tube feet, what does that mean? Operated by a hydraulic system, and a mouth at the center of the oral or lower surface. Tube feet? Tube feet. Tube feet are small active tubular projections on the oral surface of an echinoderm, whether the arms of a starfish or the undersides of sea urchins, sand dollars, sea cucumbers. They are more discreet, though present on brittle stars, and have only a feeding function on feather stars. Feather stars. Fancy. Hydraulic system. Okay, all right. Sea stars. Starfish. Sea fish. They are opportunistic feeders and are mostly predators on benthic invertebrates. Several species have specialized feeding behaviors, including eversion of their stomachs and suspension feeding. They have complex life cycles and can reproduce both sexually and asexually. Most can regenerate damaged parts or lost arms, and they can shed arms as a means of defense. Interesting. So they're kind of like octopuses, right? That's really cool. And then being able to reproduce both sexually and asexually is really fascinating. Interesting. The Asteroidea occupies several significant ecological roles. Starfish, such as the ochre sea star, let's take a look. Oh, look at this weird guy. Pisaster. I don't know why, but seeing the word disaster with a P at the beginning brought me great joy. It's probably not even how you say it, but I'm going to say it that way. Pisaster Ocrixius, and the reef star, Pisaster. Do you see? And the reef sea star, Stochaster. This is what we needed. Let's take a look at this reef sea star. Here he is. Wow, look at all their arms. Cool. Have become widely known as examples of the keystone species concept in ecology. The tropical crown of thorn starfish, Aiken faster. I like Pisaster. Here's a crown of thorn starfish. Ooh, see, and if I had seen that, I would have just thought it was an urchin. So wait, they said something. So urchins have similar feet. What are sea urchins technically? Does anyone know what they're classified as? Are they classified as the same kind of? Are they in the same family? Now I need to know. Can I just say, magical transition, I know. From structural adjustments to starfish. We're multifaceted, multidimensional human beings who are capable of many different emotions and psychological states. Crown of thorn starfish was an antagonist in Octonauts. Ooh, in the Great Barrier Reef. Ooh, that's cool. That's very cool. A pisaster is when you try to take pizza out of the oven and you drop it on the ground. That is a pisaster. Or if you're trying to take pizza out of the oven and it's like stuck to the oven and then it's a pisaster. This is a magical transition. This will heal us. Guys, I need to know about sea urchins real quick. Sea urchin taxonomy. Boom. They're in the same family, you guys. They are also a kind and now we know. Good to know. Okay, we did it. We did it, team. We really did it. It is important to talk about the heavy stuff, but we also need puppies and magic in our lives. 100%. Yep. And pisasters. No, it's true. It's true. Balance, right? Right? Because we can't do anything about the heavy shit if we're not, taking care of ourselves while learning about the heavy shit, right? Yeah, it's true. If it slides off the baking sheet into the that's a pisaster. Great examples of pisasters, team. We really did it. Or if you leave it in the oven too long and then you burn the crust, that's a pisaster as well. It's my new favorite word. Okay, so tropical crown of thorns starfish, Acanthaster planki, is a voracious predator of coral throughout the Indo-Pacific region. And the northern Pacific sea star, see this guy, ooh, pretty, is considered to be one of the world's 100 worst invasive species. This guy? Wow, they eat coral, which also kind of blows my mind. I didn't know any of this. Cool. The fossil record for starfish is ancient, dating back to the Ordovician, around 450 million years ago, but is rather sparse, as starfish tend to disintegrate after death. Interesting. The only ossicles... Oh, okay. Little squirrely guys. That's not. Ossicles are small calcareous elements embedded in the dermis of the body wall of echinoderms. They form part of the endoskeleton and provide rigidity and protection. Okay. They're found in different forms and arrangements in sea urchins, starfish, brittlefish. Okay, cool. So only the ossicles and spines of the animal are likely to be preserved, making remains hard to locate. With their appealing symmetrical shape, starfish have played a part in literature, legend, design, and popular culture. They are sometimes collected as curious, used in designs or logos. In some cultures, despite possible toxicity, they are eaten. I didn't know you could eat a starfish. Well, toxicity, so maybe not the best choice. Starfish, man. Okay, what do we want to learn? There's so much. Anatomy, I think, is fascinating because I don't understand how starfish work. So I want to learn. Life cycle, I think, this is the problem with the animal articles, is I'm always like, all of it is interesting, so I'm going to take 5 hours reading about starfish. I mean, we'll just kind of go through it, and then we'll see how we feel. And also, ooh, pretty pictures. Look at this guy. This is Luidia maculata, a 7-armed starfish. Most starfish have 5 arms that radiate from a central disc, but the number varies within the group. Some species have 6 or 7 arms, and others have 10 to 15 arms. That's a lot of arms. The Antarctic Labadiaster and Annulatus have over 50. That's a lot of arms. Look at this guy. This is Astropecten aranisius. These are the ossicles. You see them? Weird. Okay. The body wall. Body wall consists of a thin cuticle, an epidermis consisting of a single layer of cells, a thick dermis formed of connective tissue, and a thin coalomic myoepithelial layer, which provides longitudinal and circular musculature. The dermis contains an endoskeleton of calcium carbonate, components known as ossicles. These are honeycomb structures composed of calcite microcrystals arranged in a lattice. They vary in form, with some bearing external granules, tubercles, and spines, but most are tabular plates that fit neatly together in a tessellated manner and form the main covering of the arboreal surface. Some are specialized structures such as the madreporite. Whoa, what? Light-colored calcareous opening used to filter water into the water vascular system of echinoderms. Okay. Acts as a pressure equalizing valve. Okay, interesting. Okay. So the entrance to the water vascular system. Pedicellariae and paxillae. Why do I hate the word dermis? I don't know, but I understand. I don't know, but I get it. Does that? I don't know, but yes. I don't know. Why? I don't know, but also dermis. I don't know, but I understand. What is this about? Pedicellariae? Yeah. Small wrench or claw-shaped appendage with movable jaws called valves, commonly found on echinoderms, particularly in sea stars and sea urchins. Each pedicellaria is an effector organ with its own set of muscles, neuropils, and sensory receptors. Interesting. Okay. And then paxillae. Paxilla is a small umbrella-shaped structure sometimes found on echinoderms, particularly in starfish such as Luidia, Astropecten, and Goniaster, that immerse themselves in sediment. They are ossicles composed of calcite microcrystals found on the arboreal upper surface of the animal. Yuck, dermis. Pedicellariae are compound ossicles with forceps-like jaws. They remove debris from the body surface and wave around on flexible stalks in response to physical or chemical stimuli while continually making biting movements. They often form clusters surrounding spines. Paxillae are umbrella-like structures. Oh, they're explaining everything I just read. Let's read it again. I didn't comprehend anything that I just read. Paxillae are umbrella-like structures found on starfish that live in buried sediment. The edges of adjacent paxillae meet to form a false cuticle with a water cavity beneath, in which the madreporite and delicate gill structures are protected. All the ossicles, including those projecting externally, are covered by the epidermal layer. Okay, but these guys have eyeballs or what? That's what I want to know. I want to know like about their vision and hearing. I want to know all the things. But I mean, I guess these weird cuticle things are interesting. I'm confused by it. They got eyeballs or what? Several groups of starfish, including Valvetida. Ooh, what a squishy boy. And Forcipulatida. Possess pedicellariae. In Forcipulatida, such as Asterius, and then my favorite, Pisaster. Look at, what a sloppy boy. They occur in pom-pom-like tufts at the base of each spine, whereas in the Goniasteridae, oh, pretty, such as Hippasteria phrygiana, the pedicellariae, are scattered over the body structure. Some are thought to assist in defense, while others aid in feeding or in the removal of organisms attempting to settle on the starfish surface. Some species like Labadiaster annulatus, Rathbanaster californicus, let's take a look. This is like a weird octopus sea star guy. And Novidinia antilensis. Oh, that was my reaction. It's known as a Velcro sea star. Those are cool. Use their large pedicellariae to capture small fish and crustaceans. Okay, so assist in defense, aid in feeding, removal of organisms to settle on the starfish surface. Okay, interesting. So here we have a close-up picture of pedicellariae and retracted palpellae among the spines of Acanthaster plancae. Cool, yes. Crown of thorns, yes. Good. There may also be papillae, thin-walled protrusions of the body cavity that reach through the body wall and extend to the surrounding water. These serve a respiratory function. The structures are supported by collagen fibers set at right angles to each other and arranged in three-dimensional web with the ossicles and papillae in the interstices. Interstices? This arrangement enables both easy flexion of the arms by the starfish and the rapid onset of stiffness and rigidity required for actions performed under stress. Here's a pedicillaria and papillae of Asterius forbici. I got it right the first time. Interstices? Okay. Water vascular system. Let me drink water. Speaking of water. I thought I can always count on you with the water biology stuff to be like, I don't know how to say this. You're like, I got you, which I appreciate deeply. Okay, water vascular system. Water vascular system of the starfish is a hydraulic system made up of a network of fluid-filled canals and is concerned with locomotion, adhesion, food manipulation, and gas exchange. Water enters the system through the madreporite, a porous, often conspicuous, sieve-like ossicle on the arboreal surface. Arboreal surface? I keep saying that one wrong. It is linked through a stone canal, often linked with calcareous material, to a ring canal around the mouth opening. A set of radical canals leads off this. One radial canal runs along the ambulacral groove in each arm. There are short lateral canals branching off alternately to either side of the radial canal, each ending in an ampulla. These bulb-shaped organisms are joined to tube feet. I still like the idea of tube feet. That's pretty good. Podia. On the exterior of the animal by short linking canals that pass through ossicles in the ambulacral groove. There are usually two rows of tube feet, but in some species, the lateral canals are alternately long and short, and there appear to be 4 rows. The interior of the whole canal system is lined with cilia. Here's the arm tip of Leptasterius polaris, showing tube feet and an eye spot. We're going to learn about eyes. I want to know, can they see things? How? Here's a boy. When longitudinal muscles in the ampullae contract, valves in the lateral canals close and water is forced into the tube feet. These extend to contract the substrate, surface on which an organism lives. Cool. Although the tube feet resemble suction cups in appearance, the gripping action is a function of adhesive chemicals rather than suction. That's interesting. Other chemicals and relaxation of ampullae allow for release from the substrate. The tube feet latch onto surfaces and move in a wave, with one arm section attaching to the surface as another releases. Some starfish turn up the tips of their arms while moving, which gives maximum exposure of the sensory tube feet and the eye spot to external stimuli. I don't know about the eye spot. Okay. Having descended from bilateral organisms, starfish may move in a bilateral fashion, particularly when hunting or in danger. When crawling, certain arms act as leading arms while others trail behind. Most starfish cannot move quickly, a typical speed being that of the leather star. Ew. Dermasterius imbricata, which can manage just 15 centimeters, 6 inches in a minute. Oh, he's a slow boy. Some burrowing species from the genre Astropecten, which is this guy, okay, and Luidia, which is, okay, have points rather than suckers on their long tube feet and are capable of much more rapid motion, gliding across the ocean floor. The sand star, Luidia foliolata, let's see it, can travel at a speed of 2.8 meters, 9 feet, 2 inches per minute. Much faster than that other boy. That's a pretty fast starfish if you think about it. Maybe not. Still slow. But much faster than this guy. 6 inches in a minute. Versus 9 feet in a minute. Alright, anyway. When a starfish finds itself upside down, 2 adjacent arms are bent backwards to provide support. The opposite arm is used to stamp the ground, while 2 remaining arms are raised on either side. Finally, the stamping arm is released as the starfish turns itself over and recovers its normal stance. Interesting. That's cool. Apart from their function and locomotion, the tube feet act as accessory gills. The water vascular system serves to transport oxygen from and carbon dioxide to the tube feet, and also nutrients from the gut to the muscles involved in locomotion. Fluid movement is bidirectional and initiated by cilia. Gas exchange also takes place through other gills known as papillae, which are thin-walled bulges on the arbor surface of the disc and arms. Oxygen is transferred from these to coalomic fluid, which acts as the transport medium for gases. Oxygen dissolved in water is distributed through the body mainly by fluid in the main body cavity. The circulatory system may also play a minor role. Okay. Digestive system and excretion. More water for reading things. I hit my tooth real bad with my water bottle just now. I bet you heard it. It was not a good time. Also, my hair's really bothered me. I'm struggling with sensory stuff today, you guys. The sensory struggle is real. Okay. The gut of starfish occupies most of the disc and extends to the arms. The mouth is located in the center of the oral surface, where it is surrounded by a tough peristomial membrane and closed with a sphincter. The mouth opens through a short esophagus into a stomach, divided by a constriction into a larger eversible cardiac portion, and a smaller pyloric portion. The cardiac stomach is glandular and pouched and is supported by ligaments attached to the ossicles in the arms, so it can be pulled back into position after it has been everted. Eversible. Now I need to know what that means. What does eversible mean? Eversible, comparative, more eversible, able to be turned inside out. Oh, it's kind of like reversible, but not. Okay. Cardiac stomach and glandular and pouched, supported by ligaments attached to the ossicles in the arms, so it can be pulled back into position after it has been everted. Got it. Okay. The pyloric stomach has 2 extensions into each arm. The pyloric caeca. These are elongated, branched, hollow tubes that are lined by a series of glands which secrete digestive enzymes and absorb nutrients from the food. A short intestine and rectum run from the pyloric stomach, open at a small anus at the apex of the arboreal surface of the disc. So here we have a picture. So the digestive system, there's not a whole lot there that's like surprising necessarily. At least not so far. Primitive starfish such as Astropecten and Luidia swallow their prey whole and start to digest it in their cardiac stomachs. Shell valves and other inedible materials are ejected through their mouths. Okay. The semi-digestive fluid is passed through their pyloric stomachs and caica, I don't know if I'm saying that right, where digestion continues and absorption ensues. Absorption ensues. Words. In more advanced species of starfish, the cardiac stomach can be diverted from the organism's body to engulf and digest food. When the prey is clam or other bivalve, the starfish pulls with its tube feet to separate the two valves slightly and inserts a small section of its stomach, which releases enzymes to digest the prey. The stomach and the partially digested prey are later retracted into the disc. Here, the food is passed on to the pyloric stomach, which always remains inside the disc. The retraction and contraction of the cardiac stomach is activated by the neuropeptide known as NGFFY amide. Because of this ability to digest food outside the body, starfish can hunt prey much larger than their mouths. That's really interesting. Their diets include clams and oysters, arthropods, small fish, gastropod, mollusks. Some starfish are not pure carnivores, supplementing their diets with algae or organic detritus. Some of these species are grazers. Others trap food particles from the water in sticky mucus strands that are swept toward the mouth along ciliated grooves. The main nitrogenous waste is ammonia. Interesting. Starfish have no distinct excretory organs. Waste ammonia is removed by diffusion through the tube feet and papillae. The body fluid contains phagocytic cells called, coelomocytes, which are also found within the hemal and water vascular systems. These cells engulf waste material and eventually migrate to the tips of the papillae, where a portion of the body wall is nipped off and ejected into the surrounding water. Some waste may also be excreted by the pyloric glands and voided with the feces. Starfish do not appear to have any mechanisms for osmoregulation. The active regulation of osmotic pressure of an organism's body fluids, detected by osmoreceptors to maintain the homeostasis of the organism's water content. That is, it maintains fluid balance and the concentration of electrolytes in our body to keep the body fluids Okay. Keep their body fluids at the same salt concentration as the surrounding water. Aha! Okay. Although some species can tolerate relatively low salinity, the lack of osmoregulation system probably explains why starfish are not found in freshwater or even many estuarine environments. Estuary, right. Estuarine. Okay. Sensory and nervous systems. I want to know about this kind of stuff. That's always seal. So COLEL is always seal. Okay, good to know. Although starfish do not have many well-defined sense organs, they are sensitive to touch, light, temperature, orientation, and the status of the water around them. These tube feet are a big deal. The tube feet, spines, and pedicellariae are sensitive to touch. The tube feet, especially those at the tips of the rays, are also sensitive to chemicals, enabling starfish to detect odor sources such as food. Okay, interesting. There are eye spots. This is what I wanted to know. There are eye spots at the end of the arms, each one made of 80 to 200 simple ocelli. What? A simple eye. Simple eyes. Okay. These are composed of pigmented epithelial cells that respond to light and are covered by a thick, transparent cuticle that protects both the ocelli and acts to focus light. Many starfish also possess individual photoreceptor cells in other parts of the body and respond to light even when their eye spots are covered. Interesting. When they advance or retreat depends on the species. Whether they advance or retreat depends on the species. Okay. While a starfish lacks a centralized brain, this is another thing I was wondering about, it has a complex nervous system with a nerve ring around the mouth and a radial nerve running along the ambulacral region of each arm parallel to the radial canal. The peripheral nerve system consists of two nerve nets, a sensory system in the epidermis, and a motor system in the lining of the coelomic cavity. Huh? Huh? Coelomic? Did I do it? Did I win? Neurons passing through the dermis connect the two. The ring nerves and radial nerves have sensory and motor components and coordinate the starfish's balance and directional systems. The sensory component receives input from the sensory organs, while the motor nerves control the tube feet and musculature. The starfish does not have the capacity to plan its actions. Honestly, same. If one arm detects an attractive odor, it becomes dominant and temporarily overrides the other arm to initiate movement toward the prey. That's funny. That's really funny. The mechanism for this is not fully understood. That's really funny. It has no self-control, basically. it just does what it does. These starfish. Circulatory system. The body cavity contains the circulatory or haemal system. The vessels form three rings, one around the mouth, the hyponeural haemal ring, another around the digestive system, the gastric ring, and the third near the aboral surface, the genital ring. The heart beats about 6 times per minute. Slow. I know, same starfish, same. That's a slow heartbeat. And is at the apex of the vertical channel, the axial vessel, that connects to 3 rings. At the base of each arm are paired gonads. A lateral vessel extends from the genital ring past the gonads to the tip of the arm. This vessel has a blind end, and there is no continuous circulation of the fluid within it. This liquid does not contain a pigment and has little or no respiratory function, but is probably used to transport nutrients around the body. Okay. Starfish produce a large number of secondary metabolites in the form of lipids, including steroidal derivatives of cholesterol and fatty acid amides of sphingosine. The steroids are mostly saponins, known as asterosaponins, and they're sulfated derivatives. They vary between species and are typically formed from up to 6 sugar molecules, usually glucose and galactose, connected by up to 3 glycosidic chains. Long-chain fatty acid amides and of sphingosine occur frequently, and some of them have known pharmacological activity. Interesting. There it's pronounced he. Okay. Whoever wrote this was using British English spelling. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Okay, let's see. I don't remember. Pharmacological activity. Various ceramides are also known from starfish, and a small number of alkaloids have also been identified. The functions of these chemical just gonna drink some water. Just gonna run that one back. The functions of these chemicals in the starfish have not been fully investigated, but most have roles in defense and communication. Some are feeding deterrents used by starfish to discourage predation. Others are antifoulants? They're not going to tell me. And supplement the pedicellariae to prevent other organisms from settling on the starfish's aboral surface. Some are alarm pheromones and escape eliciting chemicals, the release of which trigger responses in the conspecific starfish, but often produce escape responses in potential prey. Research into the efficacy of these compounds for possible pharmacological or industrial use occurs worldwide. Interesting. All right, life cycle. Sexual reproduction. Most species of starfish are gonochorous, there being separate male and female individuals. Gonochorous. Okay. That's what they said. Okay, 2 sexes. Okay, got it. These are usually not distinguishable externally as gonads cannot be seen, but their sex is apparent when they spawn. Some species are simultaneous hermaphrodites, producing eggs and sperm at the same time, and in a few of these, the same gonad, called an ovotestes, produces both eggs and sperm. It's much, much more efficient, eh? Other starfish are sequential hermaphrodites. Protandrous individuals of species like Asterina gibosa, let's take a look. Oh, they don't have a picture. Start life as males before changing sex into females as they grow older. Interesting. What other animals have this? So fish, gastropods, plants. Cool. That's very interesting. Let's see. In some species, such as Nepenthes belcheri, probably. There he is. A large female can split in half, and the resulting offspring are males? What? That's fucking wild. When these grow large enough, they change back into females. Starfish are so cool and weird. I love it. Okay. Happy Pride. Each starfish arm contains 2 gonads that release gametes through openings called gonoducts, located on the central disc between the arms. Fertilization is generally external, but in a few species, internal fertilization takes place. In most species, the buoyant eggs and sperm are simply released into the water, free spawning, and the resulting embryos and larvae live as part of the plankton. In others, the eggs may be stuck to the undersides of rocks. In certain species of starfish, the females brood their eggs, either by simply enveloping them or holding them in specialized structures. Brooding may be done in pockets on a starfish's arboreal surface, inside the pyloric stomach, Leptasterius tenera. Cool. Or even in the interior of the gonads themselves. Those starfish that brood their eggs by sitting on them usually assume a humped posture with their discs raised off the substrate. Pteraster militaris, let's take a look. Little chubby guy, broods a few of its young and disperses the remaining eggs that are too numerous to fit in its pouch. In these brooding species, the eggs are relatively large and supplied with yolk. They generally develop directly into miniature starfish without intervening larval stage. The developing young are called leucotrophic, because they obtain their nutrition from the yolk as opposed to planktotrophic larvae that feed in the water column. Okay. In Parvulastra parvipara, no picture, an intragonadal brooder, the young starfish obtain nutrients by eating other eggs and embryos in the brood pouch. It's brutal. Get it? Do you get it? In the brood pouch, and it's brutal, so it's brutal, you know? Okay, anyway. Brooding is especially common in polar and deep sea species that live in environments unfavorable for larval development. That makes sense. And smaller species that produce just a few eggs. In tropics, a plentiful supply of phytoplankton is continuously available for starfish larvae to feed on. Spawning takes place at any time of the year, each species having its own characteristic breeding season. In temperate regions, the spring and summer brings an increase in food supplies. The first individual of a species to spawn may release a pheromone that serves to attract other starfish to aggregate and to release their gametes synchronously. Interesting. In other species, male and female may come together and form a pair. This behavior is called pseudocopulation. I like that. And the male climbs on top, placing his arms between those of the female. When she releases the eggs into the water, he is induced to spawn. Starfish may use environmental signals to coordinate the time of spawning, day length to indicate the correct time of year, dawn or dusk to indicate the correct time of day, and chemical signals to indicate their readiness to breed. In some species, mature females produce chemicals and attract sperm in the seawater. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's see. Larval development. Here we have a picture of 3 kinds of bilaterally symmetrical starfish larvae. From left to right, we have Scapularia larvae, Bipinnaria larvae. Let's take a look at this guy. Brachyolaria larva. All of Asterius. Okay, cool. Most starfish embryos hatch at the blastula stage. What? Early animal embryonic development that produces blastula. Okay. Cool. The original ball of cells develops a lateral pouch, the archenteron. The entrance to this is known as the blastopore, and it will later develop into the anus. Always comes back to anuses when we read about animals, huh? Together with choroidates, echinoderms are deuterostomes, meaning second, deutero, invagination, becomes the mouth. Stome. Okay. What? Okay. Okay, starfish. Another invagination of the surface will fuse with the tip of the archenteron as the mouth, while the interior section will become the gut. Okay. At the same time, a band of cilia develops on the exterior. This enlarges and extends around the surface and eventually onto two developing arm-like outgrowths. At this stage, the larva is known as a bipinnaria. The cilia are used for locomotion and feeding. Their rhythmic beat wafting phytoplankton toward the mouth. The next stage in development is Brachyolaria larva and involves the growth of 3 short additional arms. These are at the interior end, surround a sucker, and have adhesive cells at their tips. Both bipinnaria and Brachyolaria larvae are bilaterally symmetrical. When fully developed, the Brachyolaria settles on the seabed and attaches itself with a short stalk formed from the ventral arms and sucker. Metamorphosis now takes place with a radical rearrangement of tissues. The left side of the larval body becomes the oral surface of the juvenile and the right side of the aboral surface. Aboral. I keep saying that one wrong. Part of the gut is retained, but the mouth and anus move to new positions. Weird. Some of the body cavities degenerate, but others become the water vascular system and the visceral coelom. Got it. The starfish is now pentaradially symmetrical. It casts off its stalk and becomes a free-living juvenile starfish about 1 millimeter, 0.04 inches in diameter. Starfish of the order Paxillosida have no brachyolaria stage, the bipinnaria larvae settling on the seabed and developing directly into juveniles. Okay, and now we know. Here's a picture of Comet of Lynchia Goldingi, showing starfish body regrowing from a single arm. Wild! That's fucking wild! Okay, we're gonna read about it. I'm excited about reading about asexual reproduction. I just find it so fascinating. Well, and it was interesting too, reading about like how the certain species of starfish like can split in half, and then the starfish that like are produced from that are male, and then later become female. Like, it's fascinating, fucking fascinating. Okay, let's see. Some species of starfish are able to reproduce asexually as adults, either by fission of their central discs or by autonomy of one or more of their arms. Which of these processes occurs depends on the genus. Among starfish that are able to regenerate their whole body from a single arm, some can do so even from fragments. Just 1 centimeter, just like a tiny part of the arm, 0.4 inches long. Wow. Single arms that regenerate a whole individual are called comet forms. This is wild. The division of the starfish, either across its disc or at the base of the arm, is usually accompanied by a weakness in the structure that provides a fracture zone. The larvae of several species of starfish can reproduce asexually before they reach maturity. That's interesting. They do this by autotomizing some parts of their bodies or by budding. What does that mean? Type of asexual reproduction in which a new organism develops from an outgrowth or a bud due to cell division in one particular site. Okay. When such larva senses that food is plentiful, it'll take the path of asexual reproduction rather than normal development. Though this costs it time and energy and delays maturity, it allows a single larva to give rise to multiple adults when the conditions are appropriate. That is really cool and really bizarre. So they can tell, like, they know that there's like enough food around that like it makes sense to reproduce rather than to just be one starfish. That's fucking wild. Okay, regeneration. Some species of starfish have the ability to regenerate lost arms and can regrow an entire new limb given time. A few can regrow a complete new disc from a single arm, while others need at least part of the central disc to be attached to the detached part. Okay. Regrowth can take several months or years, and starfish are vulnerable to infections during the early stages after the loss of an arm. That makes sense. A separated limb lives off of stored nutrients until it regrows a disc in a mouth and is able to feed again. Cool. Other than fragmentation carried out for the purpose of reproduction, the division of body may happen inadvertently due to part being detached by a predator, or part may be actively shed by the starfish in an escape response. That makes sense. It's kind of like lizards that lose their tails, right? It's a similar idea. The loss of parts of the body is achieved by the rapid softening of a special type of connective tissue in response to nervous signals. This type of tissue is called a catch connective tissue and is found in most echinoderms. An autonomy promoting factor has been identified which, when injected into another starfish, causes rapid shedding of arms. Huh. This is a sunflower sea star regenerating its missing arms. Look at this guy. Don't have another picture for us? There he is. Cool. All right, lifespan. Lifespan of a starfish varies considerably between species, generally being longer in larger forms and in those of planktonic larvae. For example, Leptasterius hexactus broods a small number of large yolked eggs. It has an adult weight of 20 grams, 0.7 ounces, reaches sexual maturity in 2 years, and lives for about 10 years. Okay. Pisaster, Ocraceus, releases a large number of eggs into the sea each year and has an adult weight of up to 800 grams, 28 ounces. Wow. Big difference. It reaches maturity in 5 years, has a maximum recorded lifespan. 34 years these guys can live. That's much longer than I was expecting. Okay. Wow, look at this picture. This is a Circaster pullus starfish averting its stomach to feed on coral. How weird. Yeah, that's bizarre. Okay. Ecology, distribution, and habitat. Echinoderms, including starfish, maintain a delicate internal electrolyte balance that is in equilibrium with the seawater, making it impossible for them to live in a freshwater habitat. Starfish species inhabit all of the world's oceans, which that I didn't know. Habitats range from tropical coral reefs to rocky shores, tidal pools, mud, and sand to kelp forests, seagrass meadows. Seagrass meadows? Seagrass meadows. Okay. And deep seafloor down to at least 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet. The greatest diversity of species occurs in coastal areas. Interesting. Diet. Most species are generalist predators, eating microalgae, sponges, bivalves, snails, and other small animals. The crown of thorns starfish consumes coral polyps, while other species are detritivores. Detritivores? Oh. Consuming detritus. What does that mean? Detritus? What does that mean? Interesting. Okay, maybe they'll explain more. Feeding on decomposing organic material and fecal matter. Interesting. They showed a worm, so apparently worms do that. Few are suspension feeders, gathering in phytoplankton, Enresia and echinester. Here's Enresia. Here's echinester. Often occur in association with sponges, benefiting from water that they produce. Various species have been shown to be able to absorb organic nutrients from surrounding water, and this may form a significant portion of their diet. The processes of feeding and capture may be aided by special parts. Pisaster brevinspinus, this guy, the short-spined pisaster from the west coast of America, can use a set of specialized tube feet to dig itself deep into the soft substrate and extract prey, usually clams. Interesting. Grasping the shellfish, the starfish slowly pries open the prey's shell by wearing out its abductor muscle, then inserts its everted stomach, which that's fucking wild, so it can turn its stomach inside out, inserts it into the crack to digest the soft tissues. So it digests things externally, which they said earlier, but now I'm able to like visualize it more, which is fucking wild. The gap between the valves need only to be a fraction of a millimeter wide for the stomach to gain entry. It's kind of creepy, no? Cannibalism has been observed in juvenile sea stars as early as 4 days after metamorphosis. Interesting. Starfish would be such a huge horror movie monster, right? In the bivalve world, that's what I was just thinking. I was like, that we use like the kraken or like giant squid in kind of like mythology as being, you know, these like terrifying creatures. But like when you think about this, like, yeah, it's pretty horrific. Yeah, it's interesting. I might skip ahead. We can just look at some pictures though. Here's a pisaster consuming a mussel. Here's an American herring gull feeding on a starfish. This is a warning coloration of the crown of thorns starfish. Interesting. Warning colors. That's cool. Huh. Okay, maybe we'll read about the threats because I'm curious about this. Okay, so starfish may be preyed on or by conspecifics, sea anemones, or other starfish species, tritons, crabs, fish, gulls, and sea otters. Their first line of defense are the saponins, which again, what is this? Bitter tasting, usually toxic plant-derived organic chemicals. Okay, cool. Present in their body walls, which have unpleasant flavors. Some starfish, such as Astropecten polyacanthus, this guy, wow, look at this spiny boy. Also include powerful toxins such as tetrodotoxin, potent neurotoxin, wow, among their chemical armory. And the slime star, this little slimy boy. Thought you were safe, and then the shell opens and in comes the stomach. Yeah, it's so weird. Again, like just like a millimeter. It doesn't even like that. Fucking wild. Yeah, fucking wild. Slime star can ooze out large quantities of repellent mucus. They also have body armor in the form of hard plates and spines. The crown of thorns starfish is particularly unattractive to potential predators, being heavily defended by sharp spines, laced with toxins, and sometimes bright warning colors. Yeah, because that's a thing in nature and in many different species, right? The idea of like bright colors being like, hey, I'm poisonous, don't eat me, right? Other species protect their vulnerable tube feet. I don't know. I like the tube feet. And arm tips by lining their ambulacral grooves with spines and heavily plating their extremities. Several species sometimes suffer from a wasting condition caused by bacteria genus Vibrio. However, a more widespread wasting disease causing mass mortalities among starfish appears sporadically. A paper published in November 2014 revealed the most likely cause of this disease to be densovirus. The authors named sea star associated densovirus. The protozoan Orchitophrya stellarum, no picture, is known to infect the gonads of the starfish and damage tissue. Starfish are vulnerable to high temperatures. Experiments have shown that the feeding and growth rates of P. ochraceae reduce greatly when their body temperature rises above 23 degrees Celsius. Interesting, 73 degrees Fahrenheit. They die when their temperature rises to 30 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. The species has a unique ability to absorb seawater and keep itself cool when it is exposed to sunlight by a receding tide. It also appears to rely on its arms to absorb heat so as to protect the central disc and vital organs like the stomach. Interesting. Starfish and other echinoderms are sensitive to marine pollution. The common starfish, let's take a look. There he is. What a common boy. Is considered to be a bioindicator for marine ecosystems. Bioindicator, any species or group of species whose function, population, or status can reveal the qualitative status of the environment. That's kind of what I thought. Cool, interesting. A 2009 study has found that P. ochraceus is unlikely to be affected by ocean acidification as severely as other marine animals with calcareous skeletons. In In other groups, structures made of calcium carbonate are vulnerable to dissolution when the pH is lowered. Researchers found that when P. ocraceus was exposed to 21 degrees Celsius, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and 770 ppm carbon dioxide, beyond rises expected in the next century, they were relatively unaffected. Their survival is likely due to the nodular nature of their skeletons, which are able to compensate for shortage of carbonate by growing more fleshy tissue. And now we know. I'm going to skip ahead in terms of fossil record, but we know that these boys are ancient. So here's a starfish fossil. That's really cool. That's an amazingly intact one. That's neat. Here we have a ray fragment, oral surface ambulacrum of a goniasterid asteroid. Oh yeah, the spotted boy. Cool. Oh, and then we have a video showing the tube feet movement of a starfish. Ready? Let's watch it. Let's look. Look it up. Look at their weird little tube feet. Cool. It's interesting that they're not suction cups and it's actually chemicals that make them stick to things. That's fascinating. Ooh, look at this guy. This is a large 18-armed member of Brisingida. This is a common starfish, member of Forcipulatida. This is a magnificent star, a member of Paxillosida. A red-knobbed starfish, member of Valvatida. And then here we have some of this. Like taxonomy slash like evolutionary chart, essentially. Cool. Human relations. Let's get into this a little bit. Just a little bit, just for fun, just as a treat, you know. Okay, in research, starfish are deuterostomes, closely related, together with all other echinoderms, to chordates. Chordata. Aha! Animal of the phylum Chordata. All chordates possess 5 synapomorphies, or primary characteristics, at some point during their larval or adulthood stages that distinguish them from all other taxa. Interesting. Okay. And are used in reproductive and developmental studies. Female starfish produce large numbers of oocytes. Okay. That are easily isolated. These can be stored in a pre-meiosis stage and stimulated to complete division by use of 1-methyladenine. Starfish oocytes are well suited for, maybe it's oocytes, probably not, are well suited for this research as they are large and easy to handle, transparent, simple to maintain in seawater at a room temperature, and they develop rapidly. Asterina pectinifera, this guy, oh look, cool. Used as a model organism for this purpose, is resilient and easy to breed and maintain in a laboratory. Another area of research is the ability of a starfish to regenerate lost body parts. The stem cells of adult humans are incapable of much differentiation, and understanding the regrowth, repair, and cloning processes in starfish may have implications for human medicine. Starfish also have an unusual ability to expel foreign objects from their bodies, which makes them difficult to tag for research tracking purposes. I love that. Tag me, bitch. I'll get rid of it. Good. Fuck you. But what that means is that we make them live in labs, so I don't know. Here's a picture of a starfish with 5 legs, used as an illustration of Hope in God, a poem by Lydia Sigourney, which appeared in Poems for the Sea, 1850. Legend and culture. An Aboriginal Australian fable retold by the Welsh school headmaster William Jenkin Thomas, 1870 to 1959, tells how some animals needed a canoe to cross the ocean. Whale had one... Wow. Reading. Hold on. Start over. Some animals needed a canoe to cross the ocean. Aboriginal Australian fable. Got it. Okay. Whale had one, but refused to lend it, so starfish kept him busy, telling him stories and grooming him to remove parasites, while others stole the canoe. When Whale realized the trick, he beat Starfish ragged, which is how Starfish still is today. Interesting. In 1900, the scholar Edward Tregear documented the creation song, which he describes as an ancient prayer for the dedication of a high chief in Hawaii. Among the uncreated gods described early in the song are male Kumulipo, creation, and female Poel, both born in the night, a coral insect, the earthworm, and the starfish. Interesting. George Eberhard Rumpf's 1705, the Ambonese Curiosity Cabinet, describes the tropical varieties of Stella marina or Bintang Laut, sea star, in Latin and Malay respectively, known in the waters around Ambon. He writes in the Histoire d'Antilles, reports that when the sea stars see thunderstorms approaching, they grab hold of many small stones with their little legs, looking to hold themselves down as if with anchors. Interesting. Starfish is the title of novels by Peter Watts and Jenny Orble. And in 2012, Alice Addison wrote a non-fiction book titled Starfish, A Year in the Life of Bereavement and Depression. The Starfish and the Spider is a 2006 business management book by Ori Braffman and Rod Beckstrom. Its title alludes to the ability of the starfish to regenerate itself because of its decentralized nervous system, and the book suggests ways that decentralized organization may flourish. In the Nickelodeon animated television series SpongeBob SquarePants, the eponymous character's best friend is a dim-witted starfish, Patrick Star. Love him. As food, look at this! Sorry, I'm amazed. Fried starfish skewers in China. Wow, I never knew people ate starfish. I had no idea. This is how you know that I'm in a landlocked state and I did not grow up near an ocean. But anyway, starfish are widespread in oceans, but are only occasionally used as food. There may be a good reason for this. The bodies of numerous species are dominated by bony ossicles. The body wall of many species contains saponins, which have an unpleasant taste, and others contain tetrodotoxins, which are poisonous. It's a neurotoxin, which is scary. Some species that prey on bivalve mollusks can transmit paralytic shellfish poisoning. George Eberhard Rumpf found few starfish being used for food in the Indonesian archipelago, other than as bait in fish traps. But on the island of Huamobel, the people cut them up, squeeze out the black blood. Why did I have such a hard time reading the word blood just now? Black blood, and cooked them with sour tamarind leaves. After resting the pieces in it for a day or two, they remove the outer skin and cook them in coconut milk. Starfish are sometimes eaten in China, Japan, and Micronesia. Interesting. As collectibles, starfish are, in some cases, taken from their habitat and sold to tourists as souvenirs, ornaments, curios, or displays in aquariums. In particular, Oreaster reticulatus, with its easily accessed habitat and conspicuous coloration, is widely collected in the Caribbean. You know what I'm saying. In the early to mid 20th century, this species was common along the coast of the West Indies, but collection and trade have severely reduced its numbers. In the state of Florida, O. reticulatus is listed as endangered, and its collection is illegal. Nevertheless, it is still sold throughout its range and beyond. A similar phenomenon exists in the Indo-Pacific for species such as Protoreaster nodosus. Let's see them. Ooh, that's a pretty one. That's a cool one. In second year English, I chose starfish for my PowerPoint presentation, and starfish as food was my end on an interesting note thing. Love that. That's what this article kind of is doing too. That is an interesting note. Oh, I love that. That's great. Here we have starfish on sale as souvenirs in Cyprus. In industry and military history, with its multiple arms, the starfish provides a popular metaphor for computer networks, companies, and software tools. It is also the name of a seabed imaging system and company. Starfish has repeatedly been chosen as a name in the military history. 3 ships of the Royal Navy have borne the name HMS Starfish, an A-class destroyer launched in 1894, an R-class destroyer launched in 1916, and an S-class submarine launched in 1933 and lost in 1940. In World War II, starfish sites were large-scale nighttime decoys created during the Blitz to stimulate burning British cities. Interesting. Starfish Prime was a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States on 9 July 1962. Starfish. Starfish! And now we know. That's starfish for you. I'm gonna take a little AFK break, but when we come back, we'll read about Enrique Sedin. We're gonna read about scurvy. We're gonna read about synesthesia and all sorts of other stuff. So stick around if you feel so inclined. Go get yourself a snack, or go stretch, or take your meds, or get some water, or do whatever you gotta do. Check out other streamers. I'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes, okay? Thank you for being here. It's good to see you all. I will see you so soon. So very soon. All right, back in action. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, that's okay. Maybe you don't like starfish, or maybe you don't like when I yell about white supremacy, or maybe you have something better going on. I decided to stop drinking coffee and start drinking alcohol because it just felt like that kind of day. Cheers. We're going to read now about scurvy. No, we're not. I lied. We'll read about scurvy in a minute. We're going to read about Enrique Sedin. Am I saying his name? Is it Enrique? Henrik? Sedin. It's fine. Hockey, you know? So, Enrique? Is it Enrique? Now I'm going to feel bad. It's fine. Henrik Lars Sedin, born 26 September 1980, is a Swedish ice hockey executive and former professional ice hockey center who played his entire 18-season National Hockey League (NHL) career with the Vancouver Canucks from 2000 to 2018. Fun? You're excited about this one? Okay, good. Always heard it with a vocal. So Henrik Sedin? I don't know why he's Swedish, and I was trying to figure out how to do it if it was French, but he's not French. And I don't even know if that's how you would say it in French. I don't speak French. Henrik. Okay, Henrik Sedin. He additionally served as the Canucks captain from 2010 until his retirement. Born and raised in, Ornskoldsvik. Sure, Sweden. Sedin and his identical twin brother, Daniel, played together throughout their careers. The pair were renowned for their effectiveness as a tandem. That makes sense. Henrik, a skilled passer, was known as a playmaker. 150 plus more. Oh my God, please. NHL assists than Daniel. Oh, that's why we're reading about Henrik. He's the better twin. Oh, actually, okay, wait. He's a better passer. Daniel was known as a goal scorer. Okay, 150 plus more career NHL goals than Henrik. Interesting. Did they both play the same position? Did they already say that? Huh. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. Played together. Center. A center. Was Daniel also a center? Okay, interesting. Anyway, okay, so. Sedin tallied 240 goals and 830 assists for 1,070 points in 1,330 NHL games, ranking him as the Canucks' all-time leading point scorer. Sedin began his career in Swedish Hockey League with Modo Hockey in 1997 and was co-recipient with his brother Daniel of the 1999 Golden Puck as Swedish Player of the Year. Selected third overall, one pick after brother Daniel by the Canucks in the 1999 NHL entry draft, Sedin spent his entire NHL career in Vancouver. After 4 seasons with the club, he became the Canucks' top scoring center in 2005 to 2006. He has since won 3 Cyrus H. McLean trophies as the team's leading point scorer from 2007, 2008 to 2009, 2010, and 1 Cyclone Taylor Award as the team's most valuable player, 2010. In 2009 to 2010, he won the Hart Memorial Trophy as well as the Art Ross Trophy as the NHL's most valuable player and leading point scorer, respectively. He was also named the NHL First All-Star Team that year. And again, please, Wikipedia, stop. And again, 2010-2011, a season that included an appearance in the Stanley Cup Finals, where Vancouver lost to the Boston Bruins in 7 games. That summer, Henrik and Daniel were named co-recipients of the Victoria Scholarship as Swedish Athletes of the Year. I wonder how they feel about getting all these co-awards. You know what I mean? In high school, I was friends with a set of twins who were amazing musicians, are amazing musicians. One of them plays guitar, one of them plays drums, right? And they certainly have like individual personalities. I always got along with the drummer better than the guitarist, even though they're both great people. But it's interesting to me because there was always this kind of, I don't know, they're like the only set of twins I've ever like really known or been friends with, but like there is this kind of need to like have some sort of like individual identity, which totally makes sense, right? And so like in some ways it's like they're inseparable because they're like twins and they're like best friends, right? But at the same time there's like a little bit of a like resentment almost to like constantly being associated with one another. You were there in the streets watching that when the riots happened? Wait, what riots happened? Hold on, did I read something and I didn't even comprehend what I read? Were there riots? Did they talk about riots and I didn't even notice? What? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. So when were there riots? Hold on. I was definitely thinking about something else whenever I read that. Okay. The Stanley Cup Finals versus the Bruins. Oh, because it was a big upset. Got it. And you were there. Okay. In 7 games. Also, because 7 is, tell me if this is right, Fun, but 7 is like the maximum that you can play, right? Like it's basically best 4 out of 7. So if you win the first 4 games, then you don't even play the rest of them, essentially, right? So they went to game 7 and lost. That's brutal. That's rough. Interesting. Huh. Okay. In 2011. Huh. All right. Internationally, Sedin has competed on Sweden's national ice hockey team. He is a 2-time Olympian and helped Sweden to a gold medal at the 2006 Winter Games in Turin. Turin? Cool. In 5 appearances in the IIHF World Championships, he has won bronze medals in 1999 and 2001 and clinched the world title in 2013. At a junior level, he appeared in 1 World U17 Hockey Challenge, where he won silver, and 2 European Junior and 3 World Junior Championships. This dude has played some hockey, huh? Fun. Anything in particular that you wanna hone in on? Or if any of my other hockey folks are in chat, if there's anything in particular that you wanna look into, we can do it. I'm here for it. Otherwise, I don't know. I am curious about that Stanley Cup. I kind of want to read about that in 2011. So maybe like captaincy, I think. Well, early life I think is kind of interesting. Captaincy I think is interesting. Maybe playing style. I don't know. Don't know. They're just my favorite hockey duo. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. So early life. Henrik was born on 26 September 1980 in Örnsköldsvik. I'm sure I'm not saying that correctly. Sweden. 6 minutes before his identical twin brother, Daniel. He's the older twin. Okay. The pair have 2 older brothers, Stefan and Peter. Their father, Tommy, is a school vice principal who played for Modo hockey in the 1960s. Their mother, Tora, is a nurse. Henrik began playing organized hockey with Daniel when they were 8. They did not regularly play on the same line until Daniel switched from center to wing at the age of 14. Oh, okay. So they do play separate positions in order to then play together. That makes sense. And then like work together. Teamwork. Twins. Got it. Henrik and Daniel attended high school at Nollaskolan Gymnasium in their hometown Sweden while playing professionally for Modo hockey. Cool. So you got Modo hockey from 1997 to 2000. Canucks is where he played like his whole professional career essentially, right? Is what they were saying. Yeah, let's get to 2011. Or his captaincy. Let's get to there. And actually, let's look at pictures real quick. Real quick. Let's take a minute here for hockey. Okay, so here's a picture of Henrik and Daniel Sedin along with Anson Carter preparing to face the Edmonton Oilers in 2006. Henrik scores against Evgeny Nabokov. I remember that name. Let's see. Hey, do you want to be in sub-only mode right now? Am I in sub-only mode right now? No, I don't. I want to be in follower-only mode. Thank you for telling me. And also, hi, how are you? It's so good to see you. No, give me a second here to fix that. I hope you're doing well. What are you up to, Air Brandy? I should be in, oh my God, how did I get into sub-only mode? Thank you so much for telling me. Okay, it shouldn't be on. It should be, it's disabled. You were gonna raid me? You're welcome to if you want. I always keep it in follower-only mode for chat just because I don't want to deal with trolls. So yeah, so it should be in follower-only mode for chat. But yeah, you're welcome to raid me if you want to. No pressure that way. Or if you don't feel comfortable raiding someone that uses follower-only mode for chat, that's totally cool. Yeah, so it should be follower-only mode, but not sub-only mode. Thank you for checking with me. I appreciate that. Yeah. I didn't know you were streaming today. We're doing Wikipedia with me right now, which is where we just go down Wikipedia rabbit hole. So we're reading about hockey-playing twins, the Sedin brothers. Let's see. By the way, if y'all don't know Air Brandy, she's a sweetheart and wonderful human being, and I highly recommend you go check her out, regardless of whether or not she raids me. Okay, where were we at? I don't even know. Oh, we were just looking at pictures. Okay, here we go. So Nabokov, he scored against Nabokov. There you go. There it is. There's the raid. Thanks, Brandy. I really appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Hi. I hope it's okay that I'm in follower-only mode, not sub-only. Thank you again. I never mean to be in sub-only mode. Oh my God, look at the invasion. All the aliens. Hi. How's it going? Welcome to this mothership. I don't have a mothership. The Brandy has a mothership. It's okay? Okay, cool. Hi, thanks for all the follows, guys. Let's see, so many people. Okay, so we've got Alpha Wolf. We've got Cthulhu Kachu. That's a good name. Edgso1, Fuzzy Muffin. These are all very good names. Thank you for the follows, guys. I really appreciate it. Yeah, go take wifey on a date. That's very cute. I love that for you. Go do it. I hope you have a wonderful date. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Again, if y'all don't know Air Brandy, fucking fantastic, wonderful human being. Highly recommend you go check them out. They're lovely and wonderful, and they throw dance parties on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And they were streaming today, which I'm so surprised about. Edge is fine? Okay, cool. Welcome. Thanks, guys. How's it going? DJ Joker, welcome. Thank you for the follows. I'm Abers. I play video games sometimes here on Twitch. Most of the time I play video games here. But on Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes together. So this week, we are reading about things that start with the letter S. So this is S week that you've come in on. So if you have any topics that you would like us to investigate, let me know, and I'm happy to look into it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Did I say my spiel? I use she, they pronouns. I play video games sometimes. Yeah, I think we did it. So currently we're reading about the Sedin brothers. And again, if you have a particular Wikipedia topic that starts with the letter S that you want us to investigate, let me know. So far, we've read about starfish. We read about, oh my God, what is it? Structural adjustments. That's pretty much it. That's all we've gotten into so far. And right now we're reading about hockey playing twins, the Sedin brothers. So we're reading about Henrik Sedin. Let's see. Has anybody told you you're awesome today? You would be the first. Thank you. You would be the first, DJ Joker. That's very sweet. I really appreciate that. I'll go back to the other screen real quick. It's been a week, man. And I for this stream I've been in a mood. So it's been a thing. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're awesome, for the record. Yeah, it's been a very emotional week. And so this has been one of those streams where it was kind of hard to go live, you know? But I'm glad I did. I'm glad I'm here. You're awesome. We're awesome. Clearly, the both of us are awesome. Okay, so hockey. Am I right, ladies? Here's a picture of Henrik during an away game in 2009. Okay, we're going to read about his captaincy because apparently there was a Stanley Cup playoff where there was riots and Fanaria, who's hanging out in chat, was actually there for it. So, 2010 to 2018 captaincy. On October 10, Henrik was named Canucks' 13th captain in team history during a pregame ceremony celebrating the start of team's 40th season of play. He succeeded Roberto Luongo, who had stepped down as team captain the previous month. Early in 2010-11 season, he scored his first penalty shot goal on his second NHL career attempt on 1 November. Playing the New Jersey Devils, he scored on a backhand deke? How do you pronounce that? Sure. Against goaltender Martin Brodeur. Midway through the campaign, he was chosen to his second career NHL All-Star game. Playing on Team Lidstrom opposite Daniel. Oh, that's interesting. So then the brothers became rivals and they played against each other. And teammate Ryan Kessler on Team Stahl. Henrik helped his squad to an 11-10 win. 11-10? That's high scoring for hockey, no? Recording 2 assists in the process. Finishing the season with 19 goals and a league-leading 75 assists over 82 games. He ranked 4th in NHL point scoring with 94. Only brother Daniel, Martin St. Louis of the Tampa Bay Lightning, and Corey Perry of the Anaheim Ducks finished ahead of him. Interesting. With Daniel winning the league scoring title, the two became the first brothers to win the Art Ross Trophy in consecutive years. Chicago Blackhawks forward Doug and Max Bentley also won separate scoring titles, but had achieved the feat 3 years apart in 1943 and 46, respectively. Let's see, I'm a DJ producer with Parkinson's, and I'm trying to do something crazy. Going to put an EP and whole album out by August 15th. Good luck! How long ago did you start that process? Yeah, I mean, and it all depends on where you're at in that process, but good luck. I hope that goes well for you. EP and a whole album by August 15th. Yeah, I mean, depending on where you're at in that process, it's totally doable. If you're past the recording phase and onto the mixing mastering stage, you might be able to do it. That's exciting. Good luck. I hope that goes well. Let's see. If you're a year into it, I think it's doable. Again, it all depends. Everyone's music process is a little bit different, right? But yeah, if you're able to get it into getting mixed and mastered and everything, pretty doable. Just realized that one of my lights is about to fall down. Let me adjust that real quick. Can you hear that it's on my wall because of tape and a dream? Because it is. It is. Let's see. As the Canucks established a team record 54 wins and 117 points, they won their first President's Trophy as the team with the best regular season record. Entering the 2011 playoffs as the first seed in the West, the Canucks eliminated the Blackhawks and the Nashville Predators in 7 and 6 games, respectively. In the third round against the San Jose Sharks, Henrik established a single-game Canucks playoff record with 4 assists in Game 4, leading the Canucks to a 4-2 win. His first 3 assists helped the Canucks set another team record for the fastest 3 goals scored in a playoff game. All 3 were registered on a 5-on-3 power plays in a span of 1 minute 55 seconds. With his 3rd assist of the game, Henrik set another team record with his 16th assist of 2011 playoffs, surpassing Pavel Bure? Sure. Pavel Bure's mark set in 1994. With San Jose facing elimination in the following game, Henrik recorded 2 more assists for his 11th and 12th points in the series, tying Bure for the most in a single round by a Canucks player. Vancouver won the game 3-2 in a double overtime advance to the Stanley Cup Finals. Oh, here we go. Okay, here's what you were talking about, fun. So real quick, here's a picture of Henrik accepting the Clarence Campbell Bowl on behalf of the team as the 2011 Western Conference champion. Let's see. Bruins, Stanley Cup Finals. Playing the Boston Bruins, the Canucks won the first 2 games of the series, but went on to lose 4-3. Henrik finished the postseason with 3 goals and 22 points over 25 games, ranking 2nd in playoff scoring behind Bruins center David Krejci. It was revealed following the defeat that Henrik had been playing a large portion of the playoffs with a back injury. That's rough. That's really rough. You make the beats, you master them before you choose to make the albums. 675 songs, that's so many. A week after Vancouver's Game 7 loss, Henrik was on hand at the NHL award ceremony in Las Vegas, having been nominated along with Daniel for the NHL Foundation Player Award for their charitable work. They lost the award to Los Angeles Kings captain Dustin Brown. For his regular season efforts, Henrik was named to the NHL first All-Star team for a 2nd consecutive year alongside Daniel, who earned the distinction for the first time. Returning to Sweden in the off-season, Henrik and Daniel were co-recipients. That's the word. Co-recipients of the Victoria Scholarship as the country's Athletes of the Year. They became the 3rd and 4th ice hockey players to receive the award after Stefan Persson in 1980 and Peter Forsberg in 1994. I know his name because of the Avalanche. I know that much. Henrik and Daniel were presented the award commemorated with glass plates on 14 July 2011 in the city of Borgholm. Playing in the 2011-12 season opener, Henrik dressed for his 500th consecutive NHL regular season game. That's wild! Having not missed a contest since returning from a rib injury on 21 March 2004. Wild. Almost 3 months later, he surpassed Brendan Morrison's Canucks record of 534 consecutive games played in a 5-2 win against Edmonton Oilers on 26 December 2011. The previous game, in which he tied the record, was played against Morrison's Calgary Flames. At the end of the month, Henrik was named NHL's 3rd star for December, having recorded 22 points, 2 goals, and 20 assists over 15 games, a league-high total for the month. At the mid-season mark, Henrik was named to his 3rd NHL All-Star game in January 2012. He was one of 4 players representing the Canucks, including Daniel, Alexander Edler, and Cody Hodgson, who were named as rookie. With the exception of Hodgson, all of the Canucks All-Stars were selected to Team Alfredsson. Henrik went on to record a goal and 2 assists in a 12-9 loss to Team Chara. Shortly after the All-Star break, Henrik injured his foot while blocking a shot from Predators defenseman Kevin Klein on 7 February. He briefly left the game, and while a subsequent CT scan revealed no fracture, he remained questionable for the following contest before eventually playing through the ailment. Yeah, a foot injury, I imagine, for hockey is terrible. I mean, really, for most sports, a foot injury is like not ideal. Later that month, Henrik began a streak that saw him go 8 games without a point for the first time since the 2003 to 2004 season. Near the end of the regular season, Daniel sustained a concussion during the game against Chicago, forcing Henrik to play without his brother for the final 9 contests of the campaign. During that span, he recorded 11 points, leading the Canucks to 8 wins and 1 loss. The season-ending streak helped the Canucks to their second consecutive President's Trophy, clinching the championship on the last of the campaign, a 3-0 win against the Edmonton Oilers. Let's see, Crispy66, didn't you gift me a sub to Brandy the other day? I'm pretty sure you did. I'm like 99% positive you did. Which, thank you, by the way. And thank you for the follow. Like 99% positive that was you. Let me find her emotes. That was very sweet of you. Because she also has very fun emotes. People don't use the Karen roll often enough. I think you did. Thank you. And thank you for the follow. Welcome. If you have an S topic you want us to look into, let me know and we'll read about it. I hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Where are we at? I don't know. Oilers. Something about Oilers. Something about a struggle. Something about hockey. I know that okay. So he didn't score some points. Concussion. He got a concussion, forcing Henrik to play without his brother for the final 9 contests of the campaign. Oh, Daniel got a concussion. We're reading about Henrik. Understood. During that span, he recorded 11 points, leading the Canucks to 8 wins and 1 loss. The season-ending streak helped the Canucks to their second consecutive President's Trophy, clinching the championship on the last game of the campaign, a 3-0 win against the Edmonton Oilers. During the contest, Henrik broke a 22-game goalless streak with the game winner. With 67 assists, he led the league for the 3rd consecutive season, becoming the 5th player in NHL history to do so, after Joe Thornton, 2005 to 2008, Wayne Gretzky, 1979 to 92. Gretzky had a very long career in hockey, I'm realizing. Bobby Orr, 1969 to 72, and Stan Mikita, 1964 to 67. Though his points total dropped to 81, which ranked 9th in the NHL, he led the Canucks in scoring and was voted team MVP. Let's see. I might skip ahead here, but fun. Let me know. Again, since this is your topic, if there's anything else you want me to hone in on, let me know. Here he's wearing the Canucks commemorative Vancouver Millionaires jersey in March 2015. I love when sports teams do the vintage jersey thing. I always think that's fun. Retirement. On April 2nd, 2018, Daniel and Henrik announced that they would be retiring. I love that they both decided to retire at the same time, too. So much twinning. I think Gretzky played from 77 or 78 until 99. That's a long career, right? That's a long career. Appropriate retirement year. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Right? That's a lot. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that sounds like a very long career for sports. Because sports are really hard on your body. So 20 years? Wild. Okay, let's see. So retiring at the end of the season in a letter thanking the Canucks organization and their fans. On 5 April 2018, the Sedin twins played their final game in Rogers Arena against the Arizona Coyotes. In their last home game, Henrik recorded 2 assists on his brother's goals to help defeat the Coyotes 4-3. Henrik played his final game on 7 April 2018 in a 3-2 shootout loss to Edmonton Oilers. He retired alongside Daniel at the end of the 2017-18 season after 17 seasons and 1,330 regular season games with the Vancouver Canucks. Wow. Despite their retirement, Henrik and his brothers were nominated and named finalists for the King Clancy Memorial Trophy, which they won on 20 June. On 12 February 2020, Henrik's number 33 would be raised to the rafters alongside his brother Daniel's number 22. They're 30. They're very cute twins, aren't they? 33 and 22. In an hour-long jersey retirement ceremony, the culmination of a week-long celebration of the twins' career. Cute. Love it. Let's see. Executive career. On June 22nd, 2021, it was announced that Henrik and Daniel would join the Canucks hockey operations department and were named special advisors to the general manager. Cool. Here he is during the Olympics. Here he is, number 20, in a face-off to his brother Daniel against Slovak forward Mitchell Hanzus. Playing style. I'm curious about this. They're cute. They're cute little set of twins, huh? A little set of twins. It's cool. It's cool. Like, I don't know. It's cool to hear about siblings like doing career stuff together and like getting along so well and like having respect for each other. I mean, it sounds like, I don't know. I'm reading a lot into this, obviously, but like for them to have like played together for so long, and to like win all of these awards together and like retire at the same time, like it seems like they have a positive relationship, right? And it seems like they're very well liked. I know nothing about them fun. Like I know the little bit of hockey that I know is just from being from Colorado, and having lived here during the like Sakic, Forsberg, Patrick Waugh kind of like era of the Avalanche, you know? Like beyond that, I really know very little about hockey. Fun, are you a Canucks fan in general? Or are these like twins, like just like specifically like a pair of hockey players that you really like? Let's see. Okay. Throughout his career, Henrik has scored markedly more assists than goals. Known as a playmaker, he starts the play sequences that lead to goals with passes to his teammates. Many of the plays he generates are created off the cycle. Henrik's familiarity with Daniel's play enhances his effectiveness. See, and that's that like twin intuition too, or that like sibling intuition I find fascinating. Canucks fan, okay. Sedins were Biss. Gotcha. Okay. For them to learn to play together so well, always on the same line, and stuff, like, if they didn't like each other, I don't think it would have worked out. Like, certainly, like, siblings, like, fight or whatever, but, like, generally speaking, if you're able to, like, have, like, lifelong careers working together, I imagine you have a pretty, like, positive relationship, yeah? Okay, let's see. Henrik's familiarity with Daniel's play enhances his effectiveness. The pair are known for their ability to find each other intuitively with passes, often without looking. That's cool. That kind of shit I love. I think that's amazing. Sedins wouldn't play in the NHL if they didn't get drafted together. They played together all their life. Really? That's interesting. This might have said that earlier, but I skipped ahead on some things. That's really cool. Huh. That's really cool. That's interesting. Beginning around 2008-2009 season, Henrik began to expand his skill set by scoring more goals. His increased tendency to shoot was given an extra push when Daniel suffered his first major injury of his career early in the 2009-10 season, forcing Henrik to play without his brother and consequently pass less often. Interesting. He recorded the first two 20-goal seasons of his career in 2008-2009 and 2009-2010, and increased his shot totals. That makes sense. Are you a hockey fan, Crispy? Is it Crispy? Am I saying it right? Is it Crisp? Let me know. With his offensive skill, the prime component of his game, Henrik is known to avoid initiating contact with opposing players. Early in their career, he and Daniel were knocked off the puck easily. As a result, players have often taken advantage of the brothers' lack of physicality by playing aggressively against them. This once led Canucks general manager Brian Burke to publicly complain, commenting during a 2002 playoff series against the Detroit Red Wings, "Sedin is not Swedish for punch me or headlock me in a scrum. It's hockey." Come on. As their careers progressed, the Sedins have worked on their strength, improving their puck possession and allowing them to play more effectively. Okay, interesting. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Huh, okay. Let's see. Henrik is married to Joanna Sedin. They have two sons, Walter, who was born in 2007 in Vancouver, and Harry, who was born 12 May 2010. They live together in the city's Yaletown neighborhood. and returned to Sweden during the off-season. In March 2010, Henrik and Joanna made a joint $1.5 million donation with Daniel and his wife, I was about to call her Marinette, to the British Columbia Children's Hospital, $200 million project for a new building. The two families requested that it be put towards a pediatric intensive care unit and a diagnostic imaging area. Henrik commented it was something he and his wife had wanted to do since Walter was born. Cool. Henrik and Daniel Sedin are devoted harness racing fans. Harness racing fans? What is this? Okay, sorry. Harness racing is a form of horse racing, which the horses race at a specific gait. They usually pull a two-wheeled cart called a sulky or spider or chariot occupied by a driver. I did not know about this. P.S. I had no idea this was a thing. In Europe, less frequently in Australia and New Zealand, races with jockeys riding directly on saddle trotters are also a thing. Okay, cool. Harness racing. Did not know that was a thing. So harness racing fans and race horse owners. Their most successful trotter so far is the 2013 Elitlopet winner, Nahar. Huh. Cool. Bunch of awards. Bunch of cool things. Did they ever win the Stanley Cup? Was that like, I mean, I know that the Bruins Stanley Cup was like, that was like a big controversy. But did they ever actually play a... So we have the Bruins Stanley Cup playoffs, Detroit Red Wings. Detroit eliminated them. Okay. Stanley Cup Flyers won the first of the two series, went on to 4-3. Right, that was the one. Okay. So yeah, no, it sounds like they never did win the Stanley Cup. Canucks have never won. Really? I did not know that. I know none of these things. Huh. Hockey, man. Let's see, anything else? I think that's it. Fun, good topic. Good stuff. Let's see, another reason for the riots, that was our closest shot, and a home game. That'll do it. Okay, so yeah, you've got a 7-game series. You're on game 7. It's 3-3. You're in your home turf and you lose. That's a recipe for a riot, for sure. Totally makes sense, yeah. 94 team was better in your opinion. What's up, Lincoln? It's good to see you. Interesting, okay. So the 94 team was better in your opinion, even though the 94 team didn't. Did the 94 team make it to the playoffs? Was that where they were talking about against the Red Wings? No. Okay. Fair enough, Lincoln. Fair enough. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Let's see. The refs have been really biased on Boston. Yeah. In Boston. That'll do it. They went 7 against New York Rangers in the final. What? Did they really? We're at 94. Okay, hold on. $94. Did I read this? Okay. Hold on. It's not, what? Oh, they weren't there, so it wouldn't be here. Okay, that took me a minute, Linka. It wouldn't be in on this article. Got it. Okay, I see. They weren't on the team then. So it was a better team, but it didn't have the Sedins, so... You know? Guys, are we ready to read about scurvy? Ugh, I hope there's not... Hold on, let me check to make sure if there's pictures that might be disturbing other than that guy showing his teeth. Okay, so just fair warning, there's some like medical pictures and stuff, so if you're a little bit squeamish, that might be off-putting. It's not anything super terrible, but just heads up. Some medical pictures. Skimming through it. Okay, all right. Nothing super like intense, but like yeah. Okay, actually, Abbers, have to say yes. S is for saxophone. I had a feeling. You know what's funny? I didn't put together my saxophone just in case because I didn't want you to feel pressured. S is for saxophone. Okay. All right. So here's what we'll do. We'll read about saxophone after I do a saxophone solo. If you're new around here, if you save up 100,000 points, you can make me play a saxophone solo, which is what Fun just did. So I thought about it. I should have put my saxophone together ahead of time, but I didn't want to I didn't want you to feel pressured to redeem a saxophone solo if you weren't planning on it, even though I knew that you were planning on it. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go put my saxophone together real quick. I'll be back, and then we'll, let me know if you still want to do Cuphead. If you've changed your mind and you want to do a different song, we can do that. If not, I'll open up Cuphead and we'll make that happen. So if you want to hear me play a mediocre saxophone solo, stick around. If not, this is your chance to escape. I'll be right back. Okay, so we're back with a saxophone. I just have to change my mic setup and stuff, so just give me a second to figure that out. Okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, so now that one's on. Cool. It's very loud. Hold on. Okay, hopefully that helps a little bit. I think I need to turn my mic way down in order for it to actually be, for it to not like. It's actually not as bad as I thought. That should work. Okay, and then... All right, fun. Cuphead? Or did you have a different one in mind? Cuphead is good. Okay, all right, let me get Cuphead open. I guess I could look up the song, but I think it's kind of fun to actually get the game open and do it that way. So let me figure that out as well. Because I need to add a camera source. Hey, there I am. Cool. It might actually move me. Okay, that should be good. Here's what we'll do. We'll walk him over. Walk him over to the area, and then we'll figure out where we want to put my cam. I recently beat Cuphead on stream, and I did set up a command, !Cuphead, if you want to watch me beat the devil. It took me months. It took me a very long time. Oh, we're here. How funny. How did I end? I'm just like here. All right, we're gonna hang out with the turtle that's grooving. Move this. Just throw me in the corner here. We can groove with these boys. Yeah? Okay, now, in relation to my microphone, I think I need to crank this up a little bit. I might crank it. How's that? Well, I guess I'll start playing, and then you tell me. I would imagine that you'll be able to hear the saxophone just fine. If you can hear my voice decently against the background, you'll be able to hear the saxophone, I think. It's gonna take me a minute to figure this out. Okay. How does it go? Now they're onto the solo section. God, it's so good, isn't it? I don't think I can completely replicate it, but I'll do my best. Right? Yeah? Something like that. Was that enough of a solo? Do we do it again, just in case? 100,000 points is a lot of points. Saxophone solo? How do we feel? Fun, I hope it was worth the points. Thank you for saving up so many points and deciding to spend them that way. I really appreciate it. Give me a second to figure out the whole microphone situation and everything. There it is. One moment. Okay. All right. Okay. I turned the music considerably down. I've turned my other mic on. Let me double check, make sure things are working. Let me know about balance and stuff if I need to change things. Let me get out of Cuphead here. Okay. And then we'll just go back to Wikipedia as if nothing happened. as if that was just, just a weird blip in time. If you were here, you were here. If you weren't here, that never happened. Goodbye. Slash. Hello. Let me see. Okay. Let's get Pretzel Rocks going again. All right. How is the balance between background music and my voice? Are you able to hear my voice? Are you able to hear background music? Let me know. Oh, you know what? There. That will help. That should help. Thank you again, Fun. I hope that was worth it. Okay. Shall we read about saxophones in honor of whatever the fuck just happened? Okay, so, saxophone. Saxophone, which I just played a tenor saxophone, is a type of single reed woodwind instrument with a conical body, usually made of brass. With an all single reed instruments, sound is produced when a reed on a mouthpiece vibrates to produce a sound wave inside the instrument's body. The pitch is controlled by opening and closing holes in the body to change the effective length of the tube. The holes are closed by leather pads attached to keys operated by the player. Saxophones are made in various sizes and are almost always treated as transposing instruments. So tenor sax that I just played is in B flat, which means when other instruments are playing a B flat, I have to play a C in order for it to sound like the same note, which is weird. It's just a thing. I don't really know how, I have no answer for you as to why that is. I guess I do. It's to make the scales and everything feel better on said instrument. Theoretically, it just like makes more sense in terms of like scales and whatnot. But you would think that you would just do. I'm sure there is a reason for it, but you would think that you would just do like a universal, like, scale for instruments. But certainly there's like a reason for that. Let's see. Saxophone players are called saxophonists. I don't know if anyone has called me a saxophonist ever in my life. Saxophone is used in a wide range of musical styles, including classical music, such as concert bands, chamber music, solo repertoire, and occasionally orchestras, military bands, marching bands, jazz, such as big bands, jazz combos, and contemporary music. Saxophone is also used as a solo and melody instrument or as a member of a horn section in some styles of rock and roll and popular music. Saxophone was invented by the Belgian instrument maker Adolphe Sax in the early 1840s and was patented on 28th of June? Oh my God, it's the 26th. I was about to be like, oh, it's the 28th. It's not, but it's almost the saxophone's birthday. We're only a couple days away, friends. So this was basically in honor of the birth of the saxophone. 28 June 1846. Sax invented two groups of 7 instruments each. One group contained instruments in C and F. The other group contained instruments in B flat and E flat. So alto sax is in E flat. Alto sax, they're going to tell us this, but alto sax and bari sax are in E flat. Tenor and soprano are in B flat. Let's see. So, something B flat, E flat. The B flat, E flat instruments soon became dominant, and most saxophones encountered today are from this series. Instruments from the series pitched in C and F never gained a foothold. I had a friend that actually had a C saxophone, which I thought was fascinating. Constituted only a small percentage of instruments made by sax. I wonder if it has to do, maybe they'll explain it. I wonder if it has to do with like holding the pitch better or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. High pitch, also marked as H or HP saxophones, tuned sharper than the concert A 440 hertz standard, were produced into the early 20th century for sonic qualities suited for outdoor use, but are not playable to modern tuning and are considered obsolete. That kind of explains it, right? Low pitch, also marked L or LP saxophones, are equivalent in tuning to modern instruments. C soprano and C melody saxophones were produced for the casual market as parlor instruments during the early 20th century. Saxophones in F were introduced during the late 1920s, but never gained acceptance. The modern saxophone family consists entirely of B flat and E flat instruments. The saxophones in widest use are B flat soprano, E flat alto, B flat tenor, and E flat baritone. The E flat sopranino, just a tiny boy, and the B-flat bass saxophone are typically used in larger saxophone choir settings when available. I feel like they're very rare, though. I feel like you don't hear of people playing a sopranino or like a bass saxophone all that often. Although Spatula Dog, who hangs out here sometimes and is a mod here, sent me a TikTok the other day of someone playing a bass saxophone, which was wild. They're huge. You have to get on a step ladder in order to play it. It's bizarre. Anything else we want to read about with the saxophone? I feel like the TLDR of saxophones is pretty good, yeah? Pretty decent? We got our saxophone yayas out? All right. Let's go now to scurvy. From saxophones to scurvy. Okay, good stuff, huh? Scurvy is a disease resulting from a lack of vitamin C, ascorbic acid. Early symptoms of the deficiency include weakness, feeling tired, sore arms and legs. Without treatment, decreased red blood cells, gum disease, changes to hair, and bleeding from the skin may occur. As scurvy worsens, there can be poor wound healing, personality changes, and finally death from infection or bleeding. It takes at least a month of little to no vitamin C in the diet before symptoms occur. In modern times, scurvy occurs most commonly in people with mental disorders, unusual eating habits, alcoholism, and older people who live alone. It is something people that struggle with disordered eating can get scurvy, actually, in modern times, which I think, when we hear about scurvy, at least for me, I think about it as this, kind of antiquated, you know, disease that occurred like back in like the times of like sailing abroad, for example, like pirate era kind of stuff. So like, I don't know, somewhere between like 1500s and 1700s is where my brain goes. But yeah, anyway, interesting. Let's see. Older people who live alone. That makes sense. Other risk factors include intestinal malabsorption and dialysis. While many animals produce their own vitamin C, humans and a few others do not. Vitamin C is required to make the building blocks for collagen. Diagnosis is typically based on physical signs, x-rays, and improvement after treatment. Everyone, go take vitamin C. Eat an orange. Treatments is with vitamin C supplements taken by mouth. Improvement often begins in a few days with complete recovery in a few weeks. Sources of vitamin C in the diet include citrus fruit, and a number of vegetables, including red peppers, broccoli, and tomatoes. Cooking often decreases the residual amount of vitamin C in foods. Scurvy is rare compared to other nutritional deficiencies. It occurs more often in the developing world in association with malnutrition. Rates among refugees are reported at 5 to 45%. Wow. Scurvy was described as early as a time of ancient Egypt. It was a limiting factor in long-distance sea travel. See, that's what I think of. Often killing large numbers of people. During the age of sail, it was assumed 50% of the sailors would die of scurvy on a major trip. Damn. A Scottish surgeon in the Royal Navy, James Lind, is generally credited with proving that scurvy can be successfully treated with a citrus fruit in 1753. Nevertheless, it was not until 1795 that health reformers such as Gilbert Blaine persuaded the Royal Navy to routinely give lemon juice to its sailors. Okay, let's see. Signs and symptoms cause... I kind of want to just read about pirates. I'm gonna I kind of chose scurvy purely to read about pirates. They don't talk about pirates. I think the TLDR of scurvy is good. We all learned something today about scurvy, didn't we? Moving on. Let's read about synesthesia. I think I picked this one because of Veery, who I know is not feeling well. So Veery, if you happen to watch the VOD, I was thinking of you when I picked this. Let's see. So, synesthesia, American English, or synesthesia, British English. That's what Fun was talking about earlier with the AE versus just E. Is a perceptual phenomenon in which stimulation of one sensory or cognitive pathway leads to involuntary experiences in a second sensory or cognitive pathway. Interesting. People who report a lifelong history of such experiences are known as synesthetes. Awareness of synesthesia, synesthetic perception, varies from person to person. In one common form of synesthesia, known as grapheme color synesthesia, or color graphemic synesthesia, letters or numbers are perceived as inherently colored. This is fascinating to me. In spatial sequence or number form synesthesia, numbers, months of the year, days of the week elicit precise locations in space. 1980 might be farther away than 1990, or may appear as three-dimensional map, clockwise or counterclockwise. Synesthetic associations can occur in any combination in any number of senses or cognitive pathways. Interesting. I knew a friend in college when I went to music school for saxophone. And I had a friend who associated various notes, like in the scale, to colors, which I thought was interesting, or like different chords. He would like associate or like see color with said chord, which I find to be very interesting, very fascinating. That sounds funny. I'm like, I can't picture it, but I think that's interesting to like, yeah, it's just interesting. Let's see. Little is known about how synesthesia develops. It has been suggested. Words are so hard. We're gonna do it. We're doing it. It's happening. We're doing great. Okay. Little is known about how synesthesia develops. It has been suggested that synesthesia develops during childhood when children are intensively engaged with abstract concept for the first time. This hypothesis, referred to as semantic vacuum hypothesis, could explain why the most common forms of synesthesia are grapheme, color, spatial sequence, and number form. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea. These are usually the first abstract concepts that the educational system require children to learn. Difficulties have been recognized in adequately defining synesthesia. Many different phenomena have been included in the term synesthesia based on the Greek words something, meaning union of the senses. And in many cases, the terminology seems to be inaccurate. A more accurate but less common term may be ideasthesia. The earliest recorded case of synesthesia is attributed to the Oxford University academic and philosopher John Locke, who in 1690 made a report about a blind man who said he experienced the color scarlet when he heard the sound of a trumpet. See, with sounds, that's fascinating to me. However, there's disagreement as to whether Locke described the actual instance of synesthesia or was using a metaphor. Okay. Oh, hi! Did the saxophone wake you up? My cat is here. Hello. She just looked at me like I was disturbing her. Come here. Hi. Whenever I want you to say hello to a Twitch, you're like, no, mother, I will not. Just gonna rub your face on my lamp and my laptop? You gonna rub your face on my saxophone? Ugh. Here's my cat. Oh no, please. Let me love you. / show you to Twitch and then I'll let you go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're a prisoner right now. Say hello to Twitch. Okay, do you want to go? You can go. You're free. You are free to leave. Okay, anyway. There are so many memes about people just being like, let me love you to their cats, and I never understood it until I had a cat. Yeah, you. She wants love on her terms. And I respect, well, I say I respect it, and then I'm like, no. But I do. I have respect for that. I have respect for your amount of self-respect. She's such a goober. Okay, anyway, synesthesia, using a metaphor. First medical account came from German physician George Tobias Ludwig Sachs in 1812. The term is from the ancient Greek, so syn, together, and aesthesis, sensation. Interesting, okay. Wow, she is really rubbing her face on my laptop. Hey, bud. That's a lot. It's kind of intense. No. Now you've gone too far. Too far. Ugh, come this way. You can hang out over here. Okay. Let's see. So there's the different types, I think is interesting. Yeah, types are kind of interesting. Signs and symptoms, I think, are interesting. Yeah, let's just kind of get into it and see what suits our fancy. You want to see what suits our fancy? Yeah? Okay. 2 overall forms of synesthesia. Projective synesthesia, seeing colors, forms, or shapes when stimulated, the widely understood version of synesthesia. Associative synesthesia, feeling a very strong and involuntary connection between the stimulus and the sense that it triggers. Okay. Interesting. Okay. For example, in chromesthesia, sound to color, a projector may hear a trumpet and see an orange triangle in space, while an associator may hear trumpet and think very strongly that it sounds orange. So my friend in college, he played banjo. Did I say that? I think he was an associator from this definition. That's what it sounds like to me. Synesthesia can occur between nearly any 2 senses or perceptual modes, and at least one synesthete, Solomon Shershevsky, go with it, experienced synesthesia that linked all 5 senses. Types of synesthesia are indicated by using the notation X, Y, where the X is the inducer or the trigger experience, and Y is the concurrent or additional experience. Okay. For example, perceiving letters and numbers, collectively called graphemes, as colored would be indicated as grapheme color synesthesia. Similarly, when synesthetes see colors and movement as a result of hearing musical tones, it would be indicated as tone, color movement synesthesia. Interesting. While nearly every logical possible combination of experiences can occur, several types are more common than others. Let's see. So grapheme color synesthesia. In one of the most common forms of synesthesia, individual letters of the alphabet and numbers, collectively referred to as graphemes, are shaded or tinged with a color. While different individuals usually do not report the same colors for all letters and numbers, studies with large numbers of synesthetes find some commonalities across letters. I was wondering about that. A is likely to be red. Huh. That's fascinating. That's really interesting. This is not something I experience, but if any of you do, I would love to hear your thoughts. From the 2009 nonfiction book, Wednesday is Indigo Blue. Huh. Note the numbers 1 to 12 form an upside down clock face. What? Oh. Interesting. Huh, okay. Chromesthesia. Another common form of synesthesia is the association of sounds with colors. For some, everyday sounds can trigger seeing colors. For others, colors are triggered when musical notes or keys are being played. Yeah, that was like my friend Colin. People with synesthesia related to music may also have perfect pitch because their ability to see and hear colors aids them in identifying notes or keys. I never even thought about that in terms of like a connection. That's interesting. Colors triggered by certain sounds, any other synesthetic visual experience, are referred to as photisms. According to Richard Sitowik, chromesthesia is something like fireworks, voice, music, and assorted environmental sounds, such as clattering dishes or dog barks, triggering color and firework shapes that arise, move around, and then fade when the sound ends. Sound often changes when perceived hue, brightness, scintillation. What is scintillation? A flash of light produced by a transparent material in the passage of a particle. Interesting. And directional movement. Some individuals see music on a screen in front of their faces. For Denny Simon, music produces waving lines like oscilloscope configurations, lines moving in color, often metallic with height, width, and most importantly, depth. My favorite music has lines that extend horizontally beyond the screen area. Huh. Individuals rarely agree on what color a given sound is. Composers Franz Liszt and Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakoff famously disagreed on the colors of musical keys. That's wild. That's very interesting. Those with spatial sequence synesthesia, SSS, tend to see ordinal sequences as points in space. People with SSS may have superior memories. In one study, they were able to recall past events and memories far better and in far greater detail than those without the condition. They can also see months or dates in space around them, but most synesthetes see these sequences in their mind's eye. Some people can see time like a clock above and around them. Huh. Interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. Number form. A number form is a mental gap of numbers that automatically and involuntarily appears whenever someone who experiences number forms synesthesia thinks of numbers. These numbers might appear in different locations, and the mapping changes and varies between individuals. Number forms were first documented and named in 1881 by Francis Galton in Visions of Sane Persons. Visions of Sane Persons. What a name for a book, huh? So here's a number form from one of Francis Galton's subjects, 1881. Note how the first 4 digits roughly correspond to their positions on a clock face. Yeah, they do. Interesting. Okay. Auditory, I just keep saying interesting, but it is. It's like really interesting to me. I'm so curious about like all of this. Neat. Okay. Auditory tactile synesthesia. In auditory tactile synesthesia, certain sounds can induce sensations in parts of the body. For example, someone with auditory tactile synesthesia may experience that hearing a specific word or sound feels like touch in one specific part of the body, may experience that certain sounds can create sensation in the skin without being touched. So, this is the basis for ASMR, is it not? So I'm guessing, I don't actually know, but I'm guessing that people who have auditory tactile synesthesia are probably much more affected by ASMR than other people. Yes, this is fascinating. Okay, so okay, so certain sounds can create a sensation in the skin without being touched, not to be confused with milder general reaction known as frisson, which affects approximately 50% of the population. So, I mean, maybe that is more related to ASMR, but still, I would imagine if you have auditory tactile synesthesia, ASMR like fucks you up. It's one of the least common forms of synesthesia. Interesting. Ordinal linguistic personification. Ordinal linguistic personification, OLP. It's interesting, right, T. Miller? OLP, or personification, is a form of synesthesia in which ordered sequences, such as ordinal numbers, weekday names, months, and alphabetical letters, are associated with personalities or genders. Interesting. That's interesting. It's interesting too, because they talk about the way that this affects memory, right? And so, like, for some of these things, they are like devices people use in order to remember things, yeah? But then there's like this chicken or the egg thing, this like nature versus nurture thing of like, do I think of Wednesday as being feminine because of Wednesday Addams or because of synesthesia, right? Which I don't think I have in synesthesia, but I do find it fascinating in terms of like this one in particular, in terms of like cultural conditioning, is like, okay, well, maybe there are certain like numbers or letters that seem feminine or masculine because of the way that we've like come to know those concepts in our culture. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so although this form of synesthesia was documented as early as the 1890s, researchers have, until recently, paid little attention to it. This form of synesthesia was named OLP in the contemporary literature by Julia Simner and colleagues, although it is now widely recognized by the term sequence personality synesthesia. Ordinal linguistic personification normally co-occurs with other forms of synesthesia, such as grapheme color synesthesia. Okay, misphonia, this is a different friend, but I know a friend that he has misphonia, and like, we'll read about it, but if he goes to see a movie in movie theaters, he has to like wear a hoodie so that he doesn't like hear people like crunching on popcorn. It fucks him up. Okay, so misophonia is a neurological disorder in which negative experiences, anger, fright, hatred, disgust, are triggered by specific sounds. So for him, it's like mouth noises. So he would hate ASMR. ASMR would fuck him up. Cytalic suggests that misophonia is related to, or perhaps a variety of, synesthesia. Edelstein and her colleagues have compared misophonia to synesthesia in terms of connectivity between different brain regions, as well as specific symptoms. They formed the hypothesis that a pathological distortion of connections between the auditory cortex and limbic structures could cause a form of sound emotion synesthesia. Studies suggest that individuals with misophonia have a normal hearing sensitivity level, but the limbic system and autonomic nervous system are constantly in a heightened state of arousal, where abnormal reactions to sound will be more prevalent. I wish you had an interesting emote. Interesting. Oh, we should make one. We should make one, T. Miller. We can do that instead of Chef's Kiss. Interesting. What would it even look like if I'm like... What would I even do? What would be a good face for it? One of these? Nerd one? I do need an interesting emote. That's a good point. I've been thinking about emotes that I would need specifically for like Wikipedia days, and I feel like interesting would be a good one. Interesting. I do say interesting a lot, don't I? It is though. It's interesting. I try to throw a fascinating in there every now and again when I can like hear myself and I'm like, you've said interesting too many times. Like an aha. Light bulb. Interesting. Like an aha. I can send you some aha pictures. Like that. How did you feel about that face that I just made? Anyway. Okay. Newer studies suggest that depending on its severity, misophonia could be associated with lower cognitive control when individuals are exposed to certain associations and triggers. Send them. Send it. Ship it. I will try. I will try. I'll try my best. Okay. Let's see. It is unclear what causes misophonia. Some scientists believe it could be genetic. Others believe it to be present with other additional conditions. However, there's not enough evidence to conclude what causes it. There's no current treatments for this condition, but could be managed with different types of coping strategies. These strategies vary from person to person. Some have reported the avoidance of certain situations that could trigger the reaction, mimicking the sounds, canceling out the sounds by using different methods like earplugs, music, internal dialogue, and many other tactics. Most misophonics use these to overwrite these sounds produced by others. Interesting. T. Miller has spoken. She has. Add it to the rules. No, I've been thinking about that for a while. Like, you know, the ones where like people are like taking notes, those little emotes. Hold on, I have an Avery Kit Kat emote right now. Like this one. That's one that I've thought of that would be cute for this, maybe. Something like that. But also the aha. We'll see. That I have. You have spoken. Okay, let's see. Mirror touch synesthesia. This is a form of synesthesia where individuals feel the same sensation that another person feels, such as touch. For instance, when such a synesthete observes someone being tapped on the shoulder, the synesthete involuntarily feels a tap on their shoulder as well. Right? Isn't that cute? The little cats? Little cat just taking notes. This light fell down again. I don't even know if this light is actually doing anything, but I feel the need to try to make the tape stick better. My lighting rig is A+. Okay, let's see. Okay, right. Tap on the shoulder, tap on the shoulder. People with this type of synesthesia have been shown to have higher empathy levels compared to the general population. Totally makes sense. This might be related to the so-called mirror neurons present in the motor areas of the brain, which have also been linked to empathy. Lexical gustatory synesthesia. This is another form of synesthesia where certain tastes are experienced when hearing words. What do you think of it? My cat is very into my saxophone right now. Yeah? Have you never seen that? You have seen my saxophone before. What are you doing? Again, she looked at me like I'm like interrupting her day. All right. Anyway. Okay, this is another form of synesthesia where certain tastes are experienced when hearing words. For example, the word basketball might taste like waffles. What the fuck? Why waffles? Sorry, that one blew my mind. The documentary Derek Tastes of Earwax gets its name from this phenomenon. In references to pub owner James Wannerton, who experiences this particular sensation whenever he hears a name spoken. So if it's a taste you don't like based on their name, I'd imagine that then you don't like that person. You would have like a negative experience with that person, right? That's really interesting. It's estimated that only 0.2% of synesthesia population has this form of synesthesia, making it the rarest form. Kinesthetic synesthesia. Kinesthetic synesthesia. You know? Kinesthetic synesthesia is one of the rarest documented forms of synesthesia in the world. This form of synesthesia is a combination of various different types of synesthesia. Features appear similar to auditory tactile synesthesia, but sensations are not isolated to individual numbers or letters, but complex systems of relationships. The result is the ability to memorize and model complex relationships between numerous variables by feeling physical sensations around the kinesthetic movement of related variables. Reports include feeling sensations on the hands or feet, coupled with visualizations of shapes or objects when analyzing mathematical equations, physical systems, or music. What? Okay, I need to read that again. Sorry. Feeling sensations in the hands or feet, coupled with visualizations of shapes or objects when analyzing mathematical equations, physical systems, or music. Okay, interesting. Aloha, Michael. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Oh my gosh, what is this emote? I love it. I love Josh's cat flip. It's very good. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. We're reading about things that start with the letter S. Right now we're reading about synesthesia, which is very interesting. Welcome. If you have an S topic, let me know. Let's see. So something. Okay, in another case, a person describes seeing interactions between physical shapes causing sensations in the feet when solving a math problem. Generally, those with this type of synesthesia can memorize and visualize complicated systems with a higher degree of accuracy, predict the results to changes in the system. Examples include predicting the results of a computer simulation in subjects such as quantum mechanics or fluid dynamics when results are not naturally intuitive. Interesting. It's very interesting. Now that you've called me out on it, T. Miller, every time I say interesting, I'm gonna think of you. Doing good? Yay, Wikipedia. Good. I'm glad you're doing well. Good. Glad to hear it. Well, welcome. Glad to see ya. Let's see. Other forms of synesthesia have been reported, but little has been done to analyze them scientifically. There are at least 80 types of synesthesia. In August 2017, a research article in the journal Social Neuroscience reviewed studies of an fMRI to determine if persons who experience autonomous sensory meridian response... ASMR! We're talking about ASMR! Need to head out. Headphones are dying. Have a great day. Thanks for the saxophone solo. You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was worth the channel points. And thank you for hanging out, Fun. I really appreciate you. If y'all don't know Fenaria, you should go check her out. You should go give her a follow. She's great. Fenaria, were you playing Skyrim? Oh no, I read my own shout out. I read my own shout out thing of you and I was like, you were playing Skyrim recently? You weren't. But I love you anyway. Let's see. Aloha, Micah. Read a book about this girl who had synesthesia way back in 7th grade. Such a good book. Interesting. Do you remember the name of the book? I'm curious about that. ASMR. Okay, we're reading about ASMR. So if persons who experience ASMR autonomous sensory meridian response are experiencing a form of synesthesia. This is what I was wondering, yes? While a determination has not yet been made, there is anecdotal evidence that this may be the case, based on significant and consistent differences from the control group in terms of functional connectivity within neural pathways. It is unclear whether this will lead to ASMR being included as a form of existing synesthesia or if a new type will be considered. Interesting. Sorry. Again, every time I say it, I'm gonna feel so silly. Mango-shaped space. That is a fantastic name for a book, first of all. Second of all, I would love to read it. Aloha, Micah, are you in the Discord perchance? If you're not, don't worry about it. But if you are, you can drop it in the literature channel. But no pressure if you're not part of it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Good, cool. We're doing it. It's happening. Wikipedia time. Boo, 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 boo. You are? Okay, do it. Do it. If you don't mind. Love that book. Forgot all about it. Yay. I'm curious. I would love to read it. Also, I love a good young adult like fiction. Like I love it. I'm here for it. Or I guess maybe it's nonfiction. Fiction or nonfiction. Either way, I'm curious. All right. Signs and symptoms. Some synesthetes often report that they were unaware their experiences were unusual until they realized other people did not have them, while others report feeling as if they had been keeping a secret their entire lives. The automatic and ineffable nature of synesthetic experience means that the pairing may not seem out of the ordinary. This is involuntary and consistent nature helps define synesthesia as a real experience. Most synesthetes report that their experiences are pleasant or neutral, although in rare cases, synesthetes report their experiences can lead to a degree of sensory overload. Nope, see, you've gone too far. You've gone too far again. I love you, but you can't climb all over my paintings on the wall. You can't do it. I won't allow it. You were sitting over there like a beautiful little prince. I know, you're mad about it. I understand. Here, go down to the floor. Okay. Cat, good old Bonbons. She was sitting over here looking sleepy, and then all of a sudden she was like, time to crawl on the walls. Cats, man. Okay, let's see. Sensory overload. I can totally see that. Yeah. Though often stereotyped in popular media as a medical condition or a neurological aberration, many synesthetes themselves do not perceive their synesthetic experiences as a handicap. On the contrary, some report it as a gift, an additional hidden sense, something they would not want to miss. Most synesthetes become aware of their distinctive mode of perception in their childhood. Yeah, I can see how utilizing it as a memorization device would be really that totally makes sense. I love a crawling on the wall moment she was, because I have these little paintings over here that I made. They're like Bob Ross paintings that I've made. This was prior to even doing the Bob Ross paintings here on stream. And so I hung them up over here. She started climbing onto them. We love a good crawling on the wall moment. Let's see. Became aware of their distinctive mode. Okay, so most synesthetes become aware of their distinctive mode of perception in their childhood. Some have learned how to apply their ability in daily life and work. Synesthetes have used their abilities in memorization, of names and telephone numbers, mental arithmetic, and more complex creative activities like producing visual art, music, and theater. Despite the commonalities which permit the definition of the broad phenomenon of synesthesia, individual experiences vary in numerous ways. This variability was first noticed in early synesthesia research. Some synesthetes report that vowels are more strongly colored, while for others, consonants are more strongly colored. Self-reports, interviews, and autobiographical notes by synesthetes demonstrate a great degree of variety in types of synesthesia. The intensity of synesthetic perceptions, awareness of perceptual discrepancies between synesthetes and non-synesthetes, and the way synesthesia is used in work, creative processes, and daily life. In that book, she uses her condition to her advantage sometimes. It's so cool. Okay, I'm really curious about that book. Yeah, I definitely want to look into it. Synesthetes are very likely to participate in creative activities. It has been suggested that individual development of perceptual and cognitive skills, in addition to one's cultural environment, produces the variety in awareness and practical use of synesthetic phenomena. Synesthesia may also give a memory advantage. In one study conducted by Julia Simner of the University of Edinburgh, it was found that spatial sequence synesthetes have built-in automatic mnemonic reference. Yeah, that makes sense. Non-synesthete will have to create a mnemonic device to remember a sequence, like dates in a diary. A synesthete can simply reference their spatial visualizations. Yeah, because people use the memory palace. God, now that I was holding my cat, I feel like I have cat hair all over my face, which is a really good time. But anyway, the memory palace is this idea where if in your mind's eye, this is a very oversimplified definition of it, but you in your mind's eye, you go to a place that you're very familiar with, or you create a place that you become very familiar with, and then you walk through said place, right? And so if you need to remember things, you place objects in that space in your mind, and then when you walk through the space mentally, you can remember that I can't think of a good example, but it's I need to remember to buy lemons on Tuesday, and so then if you walk through your memory palace and you place a lemon on the staircase and then you walk through it and you see the lemon, you're like, oh, I gotta buy lemons. You know what I mean? Anyway, cool story, right? Mechanism. I might skip ahead just because I feel like we got a pretty good idea of. I'm curious about notable cases. So Solomon Sherevshevsky, a newspaper reporter turned celebrated mnemonist, was discovered by Russian neuropsychologist Alexander Luria to have a rare fivefold form of synesthesia, of which he is the only known case. Words and text were not only associated with high vivid visuospatial imagery, but also sound, taste, color, and sensation. Sherevshevsky could recount endless details of many things without form, from lists of names to decade-old conversations, but he had great difficulty grasping abstract concepts. The automatic, nearly permanent retention of every detail due to synesthesia greatly inhibited Sherevshevsky's ability to understand what he read or heard. Interesting. Huh, that's really interesting. God, now every time I say interesting, I can't. On the other hand, according to Luria himself, the psychologist Lev Vygotsky became interested in Sherevshevsky's phenomenon before him and later was personally present at the research. Neuroscientist and author V.S. Ramachandran studied the case of the grapheme color synesthete who was also colorblind. That's interesting too. While he couldn't see certain colors with his eyes, he could still see those colors when looking at certain letters. The brain is so weird, isn't it? Because he didn't have a name for those colors, he called them Martian colors. Fucking wild. Okay, art. Other notable synesthetes come particularly from artistic professions and backgrounds. Synesthetic art historically refers to multisensory experiments in the genres of visual music, music visualization, audiovisual art, abstract film, and intermedia. Distinct from neuroscience, the concept of synesthesia in arts is regarded as the simultaneous perception of multiple stimuli in one gestalt experience. Okay, yeah, German psychology. Cool. Neurological synesthesia has been a source of inspiration for artists, composers, poets, novelists, and digital artists. Vladimir Nabokov writes explicitly about synesthesia in several novels. Wassily Kandinsky, a synesthete, and Piet Mondrian, not a synesthete, both experimented with image music congruence of their paintings. Okay. Alexander Scriabin composed colored music that was deliberately contrived and based on the circle of fifths. Love the circle of fifths. I have a tattoo of the circle of fifths. Whereas Olivier Messiaen invented a new method of composition, the modes of limited transposition, specifically to render his bidirectional sound color synesthesia. For example, the red rocks of Bryce Canyon are depicted in his symphony Des Canyons à Etoile. That's probably not how you say that. Sorry, French speakers. From the canyons to the stars. New art movements such as literary symbolism, non-figurative art, and visual music have profited from experiments with synesthetic perception and contributed to public awareness of synesthetic and multisensory ways of perceiving. Contemporary artists with synesthesia, such as Carol Steen and Marcia Smilak, a photographer who waits until she gets a synesthetic response from what she sees and then takes the picture, use their synesthesia to create their artwork. Interesting. It's really cool. Linda Anderson, according to NPR, considered one of the foremost living memory painters, creates with oil crayons on fine-grained sandpaper representations of the auditory visual synesthesia she experiences during severe migraine attacks. Interesting. Damn. Brandy Gale, a Canadian visual artist, experiences involuntary joining or crossing of any of her senses: hearing, vision, taste, touch, smell, and movement. Gale paints from life rather than from photographs, and by exploring the sensory panorama of each locale, attempts to capture, select, and transmit these personal experiences. I'm going to lurk and get ready to go somewhere again. Have a good stream. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for coming by. The brain is so powerful, but mine always resorts to yes. Yes, thinking about being in the Tyra Banks audience. We'll always share that moment. Aloha, Micah. You and me. You, me, and Tyra Banks. Together forever. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the lyric. I hope you have a wonderful time going and doing what you got to do. And I'm sure I'll see you soon. Okay, let's see. David Hockney perceives music as color, shape, and configuration, and uses these perceptions when painting opera stage sets, though not while creating his other artworks. Kandinsky combined 4 senses: color, hearing, touch, and smell. Nabokov described his grapheme color synesthesia at length in his autobiography, Speak Memory, and portrayed it in some of his characters. In addition to Messiaen, whose 3 types of complex colors are rendered explicitly in musical chord structures that he invented, other composers who reported synesthesia include Duke Ellington? Shut up, I didn't know that. Rimsky-Korsakov and Jean Sibelius. I didn't know Sibelius did either. Michael Tork is a contemporary example of a synesthetic composer. My mind is blown by Duke Ellington having synesthesia. I don't know why. I think it's because I studied his music so much in college and to never have heard that fact. It's just like, what? Let's see. Physicist Richard Feynman describes his color equations in his autobiography, What Do You Care What Other People Think? Good name for an autobiography. Good name. Very interesting. Other notable synesthetes include Billy Joel. I'm shook. Itzhak Perlman. What? Lord? What? Billie Eilish? What? All these people. I thought I was going to say Brendan Fraser, and I was going to be like, what the fuck is happening? Brendan Urie, Ida Maria, and Brian Chase. So many people with synesthesia. Wild. Nikola Tesla, electronic musician Richard D. James, aka Aphex Twin. What? Really? I'm amazed. I am amazed. Who claims to be inspired by lucid dreams as well as music. Classical pianist Helene Grimaud. Musician Kristen Hirsch sees music in colors. Drummer Mickey Hart of the Grateful Dead wrote about his experiences with synesthesia in his autobiography, Drumming at the Edge of Magic. Pharrell Williams of the groups Neptunes and Nerd also experiences synesthesia. Tons of musicians experience it. I never knew. And used it as the basis of the album Seeing Sounds. Cool. Singer-songwriter Marina and the Diamonds experiences music, color synesthesia, and reports colored days of the week. Huh. Some artists frequently mentioned as synesthetes did not, in fact, have the neurological condition. This is one thing I'm curious about, is like how you would test for having it, how you would know. And maybe that was spoken about earlier, but I'm curious about that. Let's see. Scriabin's 1911 Prometheus, for example, is a deliberative contrivance whose color choices are based on the circle of fifths and appear to have been taken from Madame Blavatsky. The musical score has a separate staff marked loose, whose notes are played on a color organ. Technical reviews appear in period volumes of Scientific American. On the other hand, his older colleague, Rimsky-Korsakov, who was perceived as a fairly conservative composer, was in fact a synesthete. I might have to look to see if they talk about like testing for it. French poets Arthur Rimbaud and Charles Baudelaire wrote of synesthetic experiences, but there's no evidence they were synesthetes themselves. Baudelaire's 1857 correspondences introduced the notion that the senses can and should intermingle. Baudelaire participated in a hashish experiment by psychiatrist Jacques-Joseph Moreau and became interested in how the senses might affect each other. Rimbaud later wrote Voyez, 1871, which was perhaps more important than correspondences in popularizing synesthesia. He later boasted, "J'inventais la couleur des voyelles." I invented the colors of the vowels. Vowels. Got it. Okay, French. Daniel Tammet wrote a book on his experiences with the synesthesia called Born on a Blue Day. Joanne Harris, author of Chocolat, is a synesthete who says she experiences colors as scents. Interesting. Her novel Blue-Eyed Boy features various aspects of synesthesia. Ramin Djawadi, another musician, a composer best known for his work, his music is wild. Best known for his work composing the theme songs and scores for such TV series as Game of Thrones, Westworld, and for the Iron Man movie, also has synesthesia. He says he tends to associate colors with music or music with colors. British composer Daniel Liam Glynn created a classical contemporary music project, Changing Stations, using grapheme color synesthesia. Based on the 11 main lines of the London Underground, the 11 tracks featured on the album represent the 11 main tube line colors: Bakerloo, Central, Circle, District, Hammersmith and City, Jubilee, Metropolitan, Northern, Piccadilly, Victoria, and Waterloo and City. Each track focused heavily on the different speeds, sounds, and mood of each line and are composed in the key signature synesthetically assigned by Glynn with reference to the color on the tube line of the map. Neat. Literature. Synesthesia is sometimes used as a plot device or a way of developing a character's inner life. Author and synesthete Pat Duffy describes 4 ways in which synesthetic characters have been used in modern fiction. Synesthesia as a romantic ideal, in which the condition illustrates the romantic ideal of transcending one's experience of the world. Books in this category include The Gift by Vladimir Nabokov. Synesthesia as pathology, in which the trait is pathological. Books in this category include The Whole World Over by Julia Glass. Synesthesia as a romantic pathology, in which synesthesia is is pathological, but also provides an avenue to romantic ideal of transcending quotidian experience. Books in this category include Holly Payne's The Sound of Blue and Anna Ferrara's The Woman Who Tried to Be Normal. That's a great book title. Oh my God, A Mango-Shaped Space. I know, Aloha Micah, I know you're gone, but they're mentioning the book that you mentioned. Here it is. Cool. Okay, anyway. Synesthesia as psychological health and balance. Painting Ruby Tuesday by Jane Yardley and A Mango-Shaped Space by Wendy Mass. Huh. Cool. Literary depictions of synesthesia are criticized as often being more of a reflection of an author's interpretation of synesthesia than of the phenomenon itself. That makes sense. That's interesting. Okay, here's what I want to know. I want to know how you test for it. Okay, this simple approach. Okay, so testing. The DSM-5. Okay. Okay, all right. Genetics, neurological condition, daily function, indeed. The simplest approach is a retest reliability over long periods of time using stimuli of color names, color chips, or computer screen color picker, providing 16.7 million choices. Synesthetes consistently score around 90% on the reliability of associations, even with years between tests. In contrast, non-synesthetes scored just 30 to 40%, even with only a few weeks between tests. Interesting. And a warning that they would be retested. Many tests exist for synesthesia. Each common type has a specific test. When testing for grapheme color synesthesia, a visual test is given. Makes sense. The person is shown a picture that includes black letters and numbers. A synesthete will associate the letters and numbers with a specific color. An auditory test is another way to test for synesthesia. The sound is turned on, and one will either identify it with a taste or envision shapes. The audio test correlates with chromesthesia, sound with colors. Since people question whether or not synesthesia is tied to memory, the retest is given. Once one is given a set of objects and asked to assign colors, tastes, personalities, or more. After a period of time, the same objects are presented, and the person is asked to do the same task. The synesthete can assign the same characteristics because that person has a permanent neural association in the brain rather than memories of a certain object. Interesting. So just doing like multiple tests over time, which makes sense. I just was curious how that worked. Cool. Okay, neat. Synesthesia. Is there anything else we want to read about with synesthesia? I think that was pretty much all I wanted to read about. For lack of a better word, very interesting. No? Yes? Maybe? Okay, we're going to do a couple more. I'm trying to determine what we want to do. I think I'm going to do for T. Miller, I think we want to do I think we got to do Sabrina the Teenage Witch. I think we should do Satanism, and then we'll end on seahorses. How does that sound? This is the plan. So if you want to learn about Sabrina the Teenage Witch or Satanism or seahorses, stick around. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to go refill water and take a little stretch break and stuff. So feel free to do the same if you need to, okay? T. Miller, you're here. I'll be back. I'll see you in 5 minutes. and when I come back, we'll read about Sabrina the Teenage Witch, okay? I love you. I'll see you soon, okay? Okay. Too many winks. One more. All right. See you soon. All right. Back in action, baby. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, what am I going to do about it? What am I supposed to do about it? But for anyone who has been chatting or looking, thank you. I appreciate you being here. Just a few more little topics, huh? Let's read about Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Huh? Huh? We're gonna talk about the OG one. At least I think this is the OG one, not the new one. This one, the Caroline Ray one. You know what I mean? Sabrina the Teenage Witch was an American television sitcom created by Nell Scoville, based on the Archie comic series of the same name. It was a comic first? Did I know this? Maybe I knew this. I don't know if I knew this. Anyway, it premiered on September 27th, 1996 on ABC to over 17 million viewers in its TGIF lineup. It stars Melissa Joan Hart as American teenager Sabrina Spellman, who, on her 16th birthday, learns she has magical powers. A departure from the Archie comic series, in which she has known of her power since an early age. Okay. She lives with her 600-year-old aunts. I did not know they were 600-year-olds. I'm learning so much. Okay, so for context, I wasn't allowed to watch this show when I was a kid. Because I was raised in a kind of Christian household. I say kind of because the rules were very loosey-goosey. But like witchcraft and wizardry was not allowed in my house. Magical things, not allowed because Satan. We're going to read about Satanism in a minute. Anyway. Okay, let's see. 600-year-old aunts, which is Hilda, played by Caroline Ray, and Zelda, played by Beth Broderick, and their magical talking cat, Salem, voiced by Nick Bakay, at 133 Collins Road, in the fictional Boston suburb of Westbridge, Massachusetts, through the rest of the series. Woo! Woo! Hail Satan! That's probably not what you meant. Were you allowed? T. Miller had a similar upbringing to me, not quite, but were you allowed to watch this as a kid? Did your parents have certain things they were like, nope, too magical, it's from Satan, you can't watch it? Because basically anything with witch in the title, my parents were like, absolutely not. Which is why I didn't watch Hocus Pocus until I was an adult, because I wasn't allowed as a child. It's really funny. First 4 seasons aired on ABC from September 27th, 1996 to May 5th, 2000. The final 3 seasons ran on the WB from September 22nd, 2000 to April 24th, 2003. Pretty long time. You were allowed to watch this. Okay. Let's see. I know this wasn't technically your category or your topic, T. Miller, but if there are certain things you want me to hone in on, let me know. Probably read the plot. I'm having a second cider. See, this is what's interesting to me, the like loosey-goosey nature of the rules and why some things are allowed and some things are not. Yeah, that's funny. So you were allowed to watch this. You were not allowed to watch Hocus Pocus. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Okay, my thought is plot and premise, cast and characters, video games. But if there's anything in particular you want me to read about, let me know. Okay, plot and premise. The show chronicles the adventures of Sabrina Spellman, played by Melissa Joan Hart, a girl who discovers on her 16th birthday that she is a witch. As a novice witch, her spells often go awry. Her witch aunts, you know, Hilda and Zelda Spellman, played by Caroline Ray and Beth Broderick, respectively, until 2002, counsel her on the proper use of her magic and give her moral advice. We love rhyming sibling names, no? Hilda, Zelda? It's great. My mom just hated dark magic. It's because they suck the life out of a little girl. It's interesting. There's a version before the show? Yes! So it originally, which I didn't know, I just learned this too, it was originally an Archie comic. So kind of like the Riverdale sensation happening now, it was originally one of the Archie comics, which I had no idea. Weird, right? Yeah. Let's see. What's happening? Something. Moral advice. Additionally, Hilda and Zelda must take care of Salem Saberhagen, voiced by Nick Bakay, a witch turned into a cat for trying to take over the world. Sabrina's basic premise and genial, how do you say that word in English? Genial, right? Genial loopiness earned the show comparisons to the 1960s television series Bewitched. I can see that. I can totally see that. Caroline Rhea is a lot. Remember she had a talk show for a time? Did she take over for Rosie O'Donnell for the Rosie O'Donnell show when everyone got mad at Rosie for being a lesbian? Do you remember this? I used to love the Rosie O'Donnell show when I was a kid. Caroline Rhea is a lot, though. Anyway, the show included contemporary pop cultural references, with Sabrina often saying that she liked Britney Spears and No Doubt. What a cool kid from the 90s. I also liked No Doubt. I wasn't a huge Britney Spears fan when I was a kid, but I was very into No Doubt. I was such a ska kid, as evidenced by the mediocre saxophone solo earlier. We watched it, I think so. Yeah. It also mentioned human history alongside witch history, such as the Salem witch hunt, which Zelda tells Sabrina was not a hunt for real witches. This random side note, I just started watching Good Omens on Amazon Prime, which I have the audiobook of. I started listening to the audiobook of it a while ago and I never finished it. It's Neil Gaiman and Terry Pratchett. But it's a fun it's a fun biblical fan fiction that talks about witch hunt. Random, I know. Britney Spears is in one of the episodes? Shut up. That's wild. Like, she's actually in it? Good for her. Let's see. Not a hunt for real witches. Hilda mentions to Sabrina in episode 1 that for 2 months, a bunny ruled all of England, causing the Witches' Council to turn back time, as if to say that mortals are ignorant at best. That tracks. One episode also suggests that Jerry Springer is a witch when he hosts the Jerry Springer show in the other realm. The plot thickens. Well, in the animated comic book series, the story is set in the fictional town of Greendale. See? Riverdale, Greendale, huh? Archie Comics, The television show is set in the fictional Boston suburb of Westbridge, Massachusetts. May have rewatched these recently. Have you really? That's funny. Where are you watching them? Are they on Netflix? Okay. The show spanned 7 years over 7 seasons, though each season was not a year. That makes sense. Okay. We're gonna move right ahead, but look at this time capsule, huh? What a time capsule, huh? We got Melissa Joan Hart, we got Caroline Rhea, we got Beth Broderick, Nick Bakay, Nate Richard as Harvey Kinkle. What a name, huh? She was Sabrina's boyfriend in the first 4 seasons. He breaks up with her when he finds out she's a witch. Rude. Jenna Lee as Libby Chesler. What are these names? Michelle Baudouin? Sorry. Baudouin. As Jenny Kelly. Paul Feig as Eugene Poole. Lindsay Sloan as Valerie Burkhead. Martin Mull as Willard Kraft. Why I'm saying the names this way. Rude. Very rude. I don't like it after she gets out of high school. That's usually how those shows go. It's like once they're out of high school, it's like, next. I don't know why that is, but it just never seems to work after they're not in high school anymore. Alimi Ballard is Quizmaster. Do you like the way I just read Quizmaster? Jesus. David Lasher as Josh Blackheart. Jean Huertas as Brad Alcero. China Shavers as Dreama. Slay Moonfry as Roxy King. She's great. What else has she been in? I know the name. I feel like she was like in a bunch of stuff during that time. She was Punky Brewster. That's right. Do you remember Punky Brewster? It's the original Lizzie McGuire. I can see that. I can totally see that. See, for me, because I didn't watch it, Lizzie McGuire is the original Lizzie McGuire. Let's see. Lisa Donovan as Morgan Kavanaugh and Trevor Lesser as Miles Goodman. And now you know. Is there anything else we really want to know about? I am kind of curious about the like video games and other stuff. Let's read about other media. Yeah. Video games. On June 11th, 1999, Knowledge Adventure through Simon Schuster Interactive and Havas Interactive officially announced the video games Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Spellbound, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Brat Attack, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Bundle of Magic for Macintosh and Microsoft Windows operating systems. On March 29th, 2001, Knowledge Adventure through Simon & Schuster Interactive and Havas Interactive officially announced the video game Sabrina the Teenage Witch, A Twitch in Time for the PlayStation game system. I feel like we need to go back and play these at some point. So many different, for Game Boy Advanced too? So many different games. Animated series. Animated spin-off show, Sabrina the Animated Series, started airing during the live-action show's 4th season. The role of Sabrina was voiced by Hart's younger sister, Emily Hart. Oh, that's cute. Melissa Joan Hart voiced both aunts. That's really cute. Hilda and Zelda. The series was followed by a television film, Sabrina, Friends Forever, which in turn was followed by another series titled Sabrina's Secret Life. Neither Emily Hart nor Melissa Joan Hart returned for the television film or the follow-up series. A new animated spin-off was produced by Hub Network in 2013 called Sabrina, Secrets of a Teenage Witch. In this version, Sabrina, voiced by Ashley Tisdale, is a witch princess in training so that she can one day rule the other realm. And now we know. I think it's interesting that they didn't acknowledge the new one at all. Is it just called Sabrina? Maybe. Sabrina, give a name. Sabrina animated TV series. What if it's just like new Sabrina wiki. Chilling Adventures. It's because it's called Chilling Adventures. Witch princess, not like this. Not like this. All right, moving on to Satanism. What a natural progression, yeah? So part of the reason this is on the list is because during L Week, we read about Luciferianism, which is a little bit different than Satanism. So I figured why not just, dip our toes in the water of Satanism. Right? Okay, so Satanism is a group of ideological and philosophical beliefs based on Satan. It's based on Satan. Contemporary religious practices of Satanism began with the founding of the Atheist Church of Satan by Anton LaVey in the United States in 1966, although a few historical precedents exist. Prior to the public practice, Satanism existed primarily as an accusation by various Christian groups toward perceived ideological opponents rather than a self-identity. That's interesting. Satanism and the concept of Satan has also been used by artists and entertainers for symbolic expression. Accusations that various groups have been practicing Satanism have been made throughout much of Christian history. During the Middle Ages, the Inquisition attached to the Catholic Church, alleged that various heretical Christian sects and groups, such as the Knights Templar and the Cathars, performed secret satanic rituals. In subsequent early modern period, belief in a widespread satanic conspiracy of witches resulted in mass trials of alleged witches across Europe and Northern American colonies. What a segue. Totally just swoop, witches, Satan, let's go. Anyway, accusations that satanic conspiracies were active and behind the events such as Protestantism, that's interesting, and conversely, Protestant claim that the Pope was the Antichrist. Wow! And the French Revolution continued to be made in Christendom during the 18th to 20th century. The idea of a vast satanic conspiracy reached new heights with the influential Taxil hoax of France in the 1890s, which claimed that Freemasonry worshipped Satan, Lucifer, and Baphomet in their rituals. In the 1980s and the 1990s, the satanic ritual abuse hysteria spread through the United States and the United Kingdom amid fears that groups of Satanists were regularly sexually abusing and murdering children in their rites. In most of these cases, there is no corroborating evidence that any of those accused of Satanism were actually practitioners of satanic religion or guilty of the allegations leveled at them. It reminds me of the Satanic Panic with Dungeons and Dragons and like Magic the Gathering when we were kids, you know? I feel like this is what Christian school warned me about. Right, totally. That's what I'm saying. It's like if you watch Sabrina the Teenage Witch, you're worshiping Satan. Yeah, exactly. No, it's true. It's a slippery slope. It is. Let's see. Since the 19th century, various small religious groups have emerged that identify as Satanists or use satanic iconography. The Satanist groups that appeared after the 1960s are widely diverse, but two major trends are theistic Satanism, atheistic Satanism. Wow. Theistic Satanists venerate Satan as a supernatural deity, viewing him not as omnipotent, but rather as a patriarch. In contrast, atheistic Satanists regard Satan as a symbol of certain human traits. That's the version of Satanism I'm more familiar with, I guess. So it's interesting to hear that there is a theistic Satanism. I didn't realize. Contemporary religious Satanism is predominantly an American phenomenon. The idea is spreading elsewhere with the effects of globalization and the internet. The internet spreads awareness of other Satanists and is the main battleground for Satanist disputes. Satanism started to reach Central and Eastern Europe in the 1990s, in time with the fall of the Soviet Union, and most notably in Poland and Lithuania, predominantly Roman Catholic countries. Interesting. Because it does seem to be something like in response to Christian ideology and almost as a like fuck you to Christian ideology, but I don't know if that's actually true. Like in terms of like the actual practice of it being so much later than the like persecution of those like that were like deemed to be satanic. Like it's just interesting. So we've got history, and then we've got atheistic Satanism, theistic Satanism, personal Satanism, art, literature. There's a whole lot. We'll get into it though. Look at this cool artwork. So this is Saint Wolfgang and the Devil by Michael Packer. Damn. Let's see. Matthew on Twitch TV1, welcome. We're reading about Satanism. Thank you for the follow. On Sundays we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes and we're reading about things that start with the letter S. So that is what you've walked into. You've rolled into, what you have clicked into. So welcome. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. So in their study of Satanism, the religious studies scholars Abjorn Dirndl, James R. Lewis, and Jesper A. What? Sorry, Jesper A. Peterson. My bad. Wow, reading is hard. Angry Scott 69, welcome. We're reading about Satanism. Thank you for the follow. Does the devil have eyes in his behind? Let's take a look. You might be right. Does he have a face butt? Wow, Linkit. Let's enhance. It won't let me enhance. It won't let me. It won't let me. Hold on. Wait. Reset. How do I here? Wait. All right. Enhance. It doesn't want us to zoom in on it. But as you can clearly see, the devil has eyes on his butt. So there you go. Uh-oh, do I have to ban people? We'll see. Why are you reading about Satan? Good question. So on Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. And today is S week. So we are reading about things that start with the letter S, which is why we're doing that. Spatty, can you see why? It's why they're asking that. It's because it's a joke. It's a really funny joke. You can request an unban later if you really feel inclined. I doubt you will, though. It's a really funny joke. It's a hilarious one. Crispy cock. You know what I mean? Penises. Anyway, Yeah, exactly. Also, welcome, Spatty. Good to see you. Yeah. So why not? Why wouldn't the devil have a face butt? I like that I'm like, get out of here for asking me to say crispy cock. But let's look at Satan's face butt. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. We're going back to it. That's why we're reading about Satan. If you were wondering, Matthew on Twitch. There it is. What an interesting depiction of Satan. Oh, we do have to ban people. What a good day. What a good time. Oh, you banned it. Thanks, Patty. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Whales are cool, for the record. Anyway. Satanism. Satanism. Fat phobia. It's, you know, the Twitch. It's so funny because I knew. I was like, why are these two people? Why are they here? Shall we continue? Been lurking all day just for the clowns. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. It's you know, it's rare enough that it's all good, but also I really appreciate it. It's occasional enough that I'm not too worried about it, but every now and again. Yeah, you were quick. You're quick on it, Spatty. That was good. That was good, Spatty. Got it. Should we look at Satan's butt one more time? Here it is. Enhance it? They won't let me enhance it. Every time I try to zoom in on it, Wikipedia is like, no, we can't. Yeah, I clicked on it and it was already done. You want one more time? One more time? Link it? One more? One more for Satan? There it is. They won't let me enhance it more. There it is. That's a pretty good enhance. How do we feel? I'm impressed. More than anything else. I wonder what the thought process is. We've got the cloven hooves. We've got the face butt. Which yeah, the tooth as well. Very interesting. Is that where we get the phrase if someone's like talking out of their ass? You know what I mean? It's enhance. I was trying to enhance it. You feel it, T. Miller? He looks sad about it. He's like, please read my book. And this guy's like, absolutely not. Not interested. But please, I'll use my face butt if you don't. Okay, anyway, we're moving on. Moving on. Satanism. Very distracted by so many things right now. Okay, so in their study of Satanism, the religious studies scholars Asbjorn Dyrendal, James R. Lewis, and Jesper A. Peterson stated that the term Satanism has a history of being has a history of being a designation made by people against those whom they dislike, which totally makes sense. Wait, but please. Good one. That had a very Yostubli vibe to it. That drew. Let's see. Yeah, it is a term used for othering. That makes sense. The concept of Satanism is an invention of Christianity, for it relies upon the figure of Satan, a character deriving from Christian mythology. Interesting. Elsewhere, Peterson noted that Satanism, as something others do, is very different from Satanism as a self-designation. Eugene Gallagher noted that, as commonly used, Satanism was usually a polemical, not descriptive term. What do we mean polemical? Polemic, contentious rhetoric intended to support a specific position for forthright claims and to undermine the opposing position. That makes sense. In 1994, the Italian sociologist Massimo Introvigni suggested defining Satanism with the simultaneous presence of 1, the worship of the character identified with the name of Satan or Lucifer in the Bible, and 2, by organized groups with at least a minimal organization and hierarchy, 3, through ritual or liturgical practices. It does not matter how each Satanist group perceives Satan, as personal or impersonal, real or symbolical. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead here, just a little bit. Here's another beautiful piece of artwork. This is title illustration of Johannes Praetorius, Blocksberg's Verrichtung, 1668, showing many traditional features of the medieval witch's Sabbath. Cool. Cool. There's another one we have, The Obscene Kiss, an illustration of witches kissing the devil's anus, from Francesco Maria Guasso's Compendium Maleficarum. All right. Let's see. Here's Baphomet. Stanislas the Guaita drew the original goat pentagram, which first appeared in the book La Clef de la Magie Noire in 1897. This symbol would later become synonymous with Baphomet and is commonly referred to as the sabbatic goat. He does have a mount there, to be fair. A mouth? Yeah, on his anus? Exactly. And also, if you want to eat ass, eat some ass. Moving on. Here's Baphomet. Eliphas Levi, sabbatic goat, known as the goat of Mendes or Baphomet, has become one of the most common symbols of Satanism. Yeah. Okay, modern Satanism. Let's get into that. The first person to promote a satanic philosophy was the Pole Stanislaw Przybyszewski. I'm so sorry about pronunciation. Always. Who promoted a social Darwinian ideology. The use of the term Lucifer was also taken up by French ceremonial magician Eliphas Levi, who has been described as romantic Satanist. During his younger days, Levi used Lucifer in the same positive symbolic manner as literary romantics. As he moved toward political conservatism in later life, he retained the use of the term, but instead applied it to what he believed was a morally neutral facet of the absolute. Levi was not the only occultist who wanted to use the term Lucifer without adopting the term Satan in a similar way. The early Theosophical Society believed that Lucifer was a force that aided humanity's awakening to its own spiritual nature. In keeping with this belief, the society began production of the journal titled Lucifer. Satan was also used with the esoteric system Satan was also used within the esoteric system propounded by the Danish occultist Carl William Hansen, who used the pen name Ben Kadosh? Sure. Hansen was involved in a variety of esoteric groups, including Martinism, Freemasonry, and the Ordo Templi Orientis, drawing on ideas from various groups to establish his own philosophy. In one pamphlet, this guy's face is very intense. We'll get to him, but he's really staring me down. In one pamphlet, he provided a Luciferian interpretation of Freemasonry. Gadosh's work left little influence outside of Denmark. Who is this man? Oh, this is Aleister Crowley, of course. Very intense eye contact, no? Is he staring you down? Because he's staring me down. Aleister Crowley was not a Satanist, but used rhetoric and imagery considered satanic. Gonna lay back down on the couch until the next person jumps into the chat. You're totally good. You're totally good, Spatty. I got him. I can ban him. But thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking. Enjoy laying down on the couch. Do your thing. Sir? Yeah, Aleister Crowley, sir, please stop. Please stop looking at me. Both during his life and after it, the British occultist Aleister Crowley had been widely described as a Satanist, usually by detractors. Crowley stated he did not consider himself a Satanist, nor did he worship Satan, as he did not accept the Christian worldview in which Satan was believed to exist. I think this is fascinating because I think that this is like an argument, not necessarily against atheism so much as like an interesting quandary with regard to atheism, is that like, if your religious or philosophical like identity revolves around being opposed to another, like there's something, I don't know, being so connected to it. The way they said it is really well. Yeah, the Christian worldview in which Satan was believed to exist. Like, in order to do that, on some level, you have to, like, accept that worldview. right? In order to then create your own worldview, I guess. I'm not speaking eloquently because my brain is done. But you get what I'm saying? Like the adamant belief in no God existing means that God as a concept has a lot of consequence in your life, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So I think it's interesting. Uncle Fester, he does have some Uncle Fester vibes, totally. Yep, 100%. 100%. He nevertheless used imagery considered satanic, for instance, describing himself as the Beast 666, referring to the Whore of Babylon in his work, while in later life, he sent anti-Christmas cards to his friends. Oh, they did have Christmas cards. I like the idea of anti-Christmas cards. Durandal, Lewis, and Peterson noted that despite the fact that Crowley was not a Satanist, he in many ways embodies the pre-Satanist esoteric discourse on Satanism through his lifestyle and his philosophy, with his image and thought becoming an important influence on the later development of religious Satanism. In 1928, the Fraternitas Saturni was established in Germany. Its founder, Eugen Grosch, published Satanische Magi? Satanic Magic that same year. The group connected Satan to Saturn, claiming that the planet related to the sun in the same manner. Hold on. Connected Satan to Saturn, claiming that the planet related to the sun in the same manner that Lucifer relates to the human world. Huh, okay. All right, okay. Interesting. In 1932, an esoteric group known as the Brotherhood of the Golden Arrow was established in Paris, France, by Maria de Naglowska, a Russian occultist who had fled France following the Russian Revolution. She promoted a theology centered on what she called the third term of the Trinity, consisting of Father, Son, and Sex, the latter of which she deemed to be the most important. Her early disciples, who underwent that which she called satanic initiations, included models and art students recruited from bohemian circles. The Golden Arrow disbanded after Naglowska abandoned it in 1936. According to Introvigna, hers was a quite complicated Satanism, built on a complex philosophical vision of the world, of which little would survive its initiator. Yeah, too complicated, not going to work out. Understandable. In 1969, a satanic group based in Toledo, Ohio, part of the United States, came to public attention. Called the Our Lady of Endor Coven, it was led by a man named Herbert Sloan, who described his satanic tradition as the Ophite Cultus Satanis and alleged that it had been established in the 1940s. The group that had agnostic doctrine about the world, in which Judeo-Christian creator God is regarded as evil, and the biblical serpent is represented as a force for good, who delivered salvation to humanity in the Garden of Eden. Sloan's claims that his group had a 1940s origin remain unproven. It may be that he falsely claimed older origins for his group to make it appear older than Anton LaVey's Church of Satan, which had been established in 1966. Yeah, I've heard this idea, the idea that like the snake like is really giving humanity free will, right? Which I think is an interesting take. None of these groups had any real impact on the emergence of later satanic milieu in the 1960s. Ritual abuse hysteria. Oh my god, these lights are like, I need to figure out a different way to hang these lights. They're gonna come crashing down at an inopportune moment. I foresee it happening. It will happen. And I will be scared by it, even though I foresee it happening. Anyway, ritual abuse hysteria. At the end of the 20th century, a moral panic arose from claims that a devil-worshipping cult was committing sexual abuse, murder, and cannibalism in its rituals, and including children among the victims of its rites. Initially, the alleged perpetrators of such crimes were labeled witches, although the term Satanist was soon adopted as a favored alternative. The phenomenon itself came to be called the Satanism scare. Promoters of the claims alleged that there was a conspiracy of organized Satanists who occupied prominent positions throughout society, from police to politicians, and that they had been powerful enough to cover up their crimes. Interesting. One of the primary sources for the scare was Michelle Remembers, a 1980 book by the Canadian psychiatrist Lawrence Pazder, in which he detailed what he claimed were the repressed memories of his patient and wife, Michelle Smith. Smith had claimed that as a child, she had been abused by her family in satanic rituals in which babies were sacrificed and Satan himself appeared. In 1983, allegations were made that the McMartin family, owners of a preschool in California, were guilty of sexually abusing children in their care during satanic rituals. The allegations resulted in a lengthy and expensive trial in which all of the accused would eventually be cleared. The publicity generated by the case resulted in similar allegations being made in various other parts of the United States. A prominent aspect of the Satanic Scare was the claim by those in the developing anti-Satanism movement that any child's claim about satanic ritual abuse must be true because children would not lie. Although some involved in the anti-Satanism movement were from Jewish and secular backgrounds, a central part was played by fundamentalist and evangelical forms of Christianity, in particular Pentecostalism. Makes sense. With Christian groups holding conferences and producing books and videotapes to promote belief in the conspiracy. Interesting. Satanic panic, man. Various figures in law enforcement also came to be promoters of the conspiracy theory, with such cult cops holding various conferences to promote it. Cops promoting terrible behavior and terrible treatment of other humans? No, never. What? Quelle surprise. The scare was later imported to the United Kingdom through visiting evangelicals and became popular among some of the country's social workers, resulting in a range of accusations and trials across Britain. Satanic ritual abuse hysteria died down between 1990 and 1994. In the late 1980s, the Satanic Scare had lost its impetus following increasing skepticism about such allegations. And the number of those who had been convicted of perpetrating satanic ritual abuse saw their convictions overturned. In 1990, an agent of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, Ken Lanning, revealed that he had investigated 300 allegations of satanic ritual abuse and found no evidence for Satanism or ritualistic activity in any of them. In the UK, the Department of Health commissioned the anthropologist Jean LaFontaine to examine the allegations of SRA. She noted that while approximately half did reveal evidence of genuine sexual abuse of children, none revealed any evidence that Satanist groups had been involved or that any murders had taken place. She noted 3 examples in which lone individuals engaged in child molestation had created a ritual performance to facilitate their sexual acts with the intent of frightening their victims and justifying their actions. But none of these child molesters were involved in wider Satanist groups. By the 21st century, hysteria about Satanism has waned in most Western countries, although allegations of satanic ritual abuse continue to surface in parts of continental Europe and Latin America. It's interesting to me too, this idea of like using child molestation and child abuse as like a means of like instilling this kind of fear when child abuse and sexual assault and molestation of children is so prevalent in like the Catholic Church and in Christianity in general. So it's interesting to kind of like try to like use that and blame Satanists for that when that's homegrown shit. You know what I mean? Okay, atheistic Satanism. Church of Satan. Anton LaVey, who has been referred to as the father of Satanism, synthesized his religion through the establishment of the Church of Satan in 1966 and the publication of the Satanic Bible in 1969. LaVey's teachings promoted indulgence, vital existence, undefiled wisdom, kindness to those who deserve it, responsibility to the responsible, and an eye for an eye code, which is fascinating, of ethics, while shunning abstinence based on guilt, spirituality, unconditional love, pacifism, equality, herd mentality, and scapegoating. LaVey envisioned a Satanist as a carnal, physical, and pragmatic being. The core values of LaVey Satanism are the enjoyment of physical existence and the undiluted naturalism that sees mankind as animals that exist in an amoral universe. Here's the sigil of Baphomet, the official insignia of the Church of Satan and LaVeyan Satanism. LaVey believed that the ideal Satanist should be individualistic and nonconformist, rejecting what he called the colorless existence that mainstream society sought to impose on those living within it. He praised the human ego for encouraging an individual's pride, self-respect, and self-realization, and accordingly believed in satisfying the ego's desires. He stated that self-indulgence was a desirable trait and that hate and aggression were not wrong or undesirable emotions, but that they were necessary and advantageous for survival. Interesting. Accordingly, he praised the seven deadly sins as virtues which were beneficial for the individual. The anthropologist Jean LaFontaine, probably Jean LaFontaine, highlighted an article that appeared in the Black Flame, in which one writer described a true satanic society as one in which the population consists of free-spirited, well-armed, fully conscious, self-disciplined individuals who will neither need nor tolerate any external entity protecting them or telling them what they can and cannot do. Sociologist James R. Lewis noted that LaVey was directly responsible for the genesis of Satanism as a serious religious as opposed to purely literary movement. Scholars agree that there's no reliably documented case of satanic continuity prior to the founding of the Church of Satan. It was first organized church in modern times to be devoted to the figure of Satan, and according to Faxneld and Peterson, the church represented the first publicly high-visible and long-lasting organization which propounded a coherent satanic discourse. Hold on, what year did they say? Did they say the 60s? Yeah, 69. 69. Nice, 69. 66, 69. Totally makes sense. Definitely Satan's number. Okay, so where did we... Yeah. Okay. LaVey's book, The Satanic Bible, has been described as the most important document to influence contemporary Satanism. The book contains the core principles of Satanism and is considered the foundation of its philosophy and dogma. Peterson noted that it is in many ways the central text of satanic milieu, and Lapp similarly testifying to its dominant position within the wider satanic movement. David G. Bromley calls it iconoclastic and best known and the most influential statement of satanic theology. Real quick, iconoclastic? Social belief in the importance of the destruction of icons or other images or monuments. Okay, okay, cool. Like that tracks. That makes sense. Eugene V. Gallagher says that Satanists use LaVey's writings as lenses through which they view themselves, their group, and the cosmos. He also states, with a clear-eyed appreciation of true human nature, a love of ritual and pageantry, and a flair for mockery, LaVey's Satanic Bible promulgated a gospel of self-indulgence that, he argued, anyone who dispassionately considered the facts would embrace. A number of religious studies scholars have described LaVey's Satanism as a form of self-religion or self-spirituality, with religious studies scholar Amina Olander-Lapp arguing that it should be seen as being both part of the prosperity wing of self-spirituality, New Age movement, and a form of the human potential movement. The anthropologist Jean LaFontaine described it as having both elitist and anarchist elements, also citing one occult bookshop owner who referred to the church's approach as anarchistic hedonism. In The Invention of Satanism, Durandal and Peterson theorized that LaVey viewed his religion as an, antinomian self-religion for productive misfits, while cynically carnivalesque take on life and no supernaturalism. The sociologist of religion, James R. Lewis, even described LaVey and Satanism as a blend of Epicureanism and Ayn Rand's philosophy, flavored with a pinch of ritual magic. The historian of religion, Matthias Gardel, described LaVey as a rational ideology of egoistic hedonism and self-preservation, while Neville Drury characterized LaVey and Satanism as a religion of self-indulgence. It has been described as an institutionalism of Machiavellian self-interest. Prominent church leader Blanche Barton described Satanism as an alignment, a lifestyle. LaVey and the church stated that Satanists are born, not made. That's interesting. Stay hydrated. Thanks. I should. Thanks. Thanks. I'll drink water in addition to my cider. Let's see. Yeah, born, not made. They are outsiders by their nature, living as they see fit, who are self-realized in a religion that which appeals to the would-be Satanist nature, leading them to realize that they are Satanists through finding a belief system that is in line with their own perspective and lifestyle. Adherents to the philosophy have described Satanism as a non-spiritual religion of the flesh, or the world's first carnal religion. LaVey used Christianity as a negative mirror for his new faith, with LaVeyan Satanism rejecting the basic principles and theology of Christian belief. It views Christianity, alongside other major religions and philosophies, such as humanism and liberal democracy, as largely negative force on humanity. LaVeyan Satanists perceive Christianity as a lie which promotes idealism, self-denigration, herd behavior, and irrationality. LaVeyans view their religion as a force for redressing this balance by encouraging materialism, egoism, stratification, carnality, atheism, and social Darwinism. LaVey Satanism was particularly critical of what it understands as Christianity's denial of humanity's animal nature, and it instead calls for the celebration of and indulgence in these desires. In doing so, it places an emphasis on the carnal rather than the spiritual. So yeah, physical realm is big for Satanism, it sounds like. Practitioners do not believe that Satan literally exists and do not worship him. Instead, Satan is viewed as a positive archetype embracing the Hebrew root word of Satan as adversary, who represents pride, carnality, and enlightenment, and of a cosmos which Satanists perceive to be motivated by a dark evolutionary force of entropy that permeates all of nature and provides for the drive of survival and propagation inherent in all living things. The devil is embraced as a symbol of defiance against the Abrahamic faiths, which LaVey criticized for what he saw as the suppression of humanity's natural instincts. Moreover, Satan also serves as a metaphorical external projection. We're doing it. It's happening. We got this, you guys. Let's see. I lost it. We don't got this. We do got this. Where am I? The devil, Satan, stuff. Metaphorical external projection of the individual's godhood. LaVey stated that God is a creation of man, rather than man being a creation of God. In his book, The Satanic Bible, the Satanist concept of God is described as a Satanist's true self, a projection of his or her own personality, and not an external deity. Satan is used as representation of personal liberty and individualism. LaVey explained that the gods worshipped by other religions are also projections of man's true self. He argues that man's unwillingness to accept his own ego has caused him to externalize these gods so as to avoid the feeling of narcissism that would accompany self-worship. Interesting. The current high priest of the Church of Satan, Peter H. Gilmore, further expounds that Satan is a symbol of man living as his prideful, carnal nature dictates. Satan is not a conscious entity to be worshipped, rather a reservoir of power inside each human to be tapped at will. The Church of the devil wears Prada. Devil's in the detail. Deviled eggs. I love all of those things. Deviled eggs sound really good. Okay. Something tapped at will. Something. Okay, nature dictates. Satan is not a conscious entity to be worshipped, rather a reservoir of power inside each human to be tapped at will. The Church of Satan has chosen Satan as its primary symbol because in Hebrew it means adversary, opposer, one to accuse or question. We see ourselves as being these Satans. That makes total sense. The adversaries, the opposers, the accusers of all spiritual belief systems that would try to hamper enjoyment of our life as a human being. The term theistic Satanism has been described as oxymoronic. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, and we're going to read about it because I'm curious about it. But yeah, a little bit oxymoronic by the church and its high priest. The Church of Satan rejects the legitimacy of any other organizations who claim to be Satanists, dubbing them as reverse Christians, pseudo-Satanists, or devil worshippers, atheistic or otherwise, and maintains a purist approach to Satanism as expounded by LaVey. I mean, now that's interesting too, though, because doesn't that become a little bit oxymoronic? Just to say that this is the one... That's a very Abrahamic religion thing. That's a very monotheistic idea that our Satanism is the one true Satanism, right? Interesting. What I'm saying is all religion is fucked. On some level. First Satanic Church. After LaVey's death in 1997, the Church of Satan was taken over by a new administration and its headquarters were moved to New York. LaVey's daughter, the high priestess Carla LaVey, felt this to be a disservice to her father's legacy. The First Satanic Church was refounded on October 31st, 1999. Of course they did it on Halloween. Of course they did. By Carla LaVey to carry on the legacy of her father. She continues to run it out of San Francisco, California. Okay, so Satanic Temple. Satanic Temple is an American religious and political activist organization based in Salem, Massachusetts. The organization actively participates in the public affairs that have manifested in several public political actions and efforts at lobbying, with a focus on the separation of church and state and using satire against Christian groups that it believes interfere with personal freedom. According to Dierendal, Lewis, and Peterson, the group were rationalist political pranksters. Their pranks are designed to highlight religious hypocrisy and advance the cause of secularism. One of their actions, they performed a pink mass over the grave of the mother of the evangelical Christian and prominent anti-LGBT preacher Fred Phelps. The temple claimed that the mass converted the spirit of Phelps' mother into a lesbian. Great. Love that. The Satanic Temple does not believe in a supernatural Satan, as they believe that this encourages superstition that would keep them from being malleable to the best current scientific understandings of the material world. The temple uses literary Satan as a metaphor to construct a cultural narrative which promotes pragmatic skepticism, rational reciprocity, personal autonomy, and curiosity. Satan is thus used as a symbol representing the eternal rebel against arbitrary authority and social norms. Theistic Satanism. So now we're going to look at the version where Satan is seen as a deity, which I think is interesting. Because again, I didn't really know that this existed. Like it said before, seems a little bit antithetical, a little bit oxymoronic, but I'm curious. Curiosa and curiosa. Religious Satanism does not exist in a single form. There are multiple different religious Satanisms, each with different ideas about what being a Satanist entails. A minority of Satanists are far right. The historian of religion, Ruben van Luijk, used a working definition in which Satanism was regarded as the intentional, religiously motivated veneration of Satan. Dierendal, Lewis, and Peterson believed that it was not a single movement, but rather a milieu. They and others have nevertheless referred to it as a new religious movement. They believed that there was a family resemblance that united all the varying groups in this milieu, and that most of them were self-religions. They argued that there was a set of features that was common to the groups in the satanic milieu. These were the positive use of the term Satanist as a designation, an emphasis on individualism, a genealogy that connects them to other satanic groups, a transgressive and antinomian stance, a self-perception as an elite, and an embrace of values such as pride, self-reliance, and productive nonconformity. Dierendal, Lewis, and Peterson argued that the groups within the satanic milieu could be divided into three groups: reactive Satanists, rational Satanists, and esoteric Satanists. They saw reactive Satanists as encompassing popular Satanism, inverted Christianity, and symbolic rebellion, and noted that it situates itself in opposition to society, while at the same time conforming to society's perspective of evil. Rationalist Satanism is used to describe the trend in the satanic milieu, which is atheistic, skeptical, materialistic, and Epicurean. Esoteric Satanism instead applied to those forms which are theistic and drawn upon ideas from other forms of Western We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're doing it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna fucking make it. What word was I trying to read and I didn't do a good job? Esotericism. Hey! Western esotericism, modern paganism, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Theistic Satanism, also known as traditional Satanism, spiritual Satanism, or devil worship, is a form of Satanism with the primary belief that Satan is an actual deity or a force to revere or worship. Other characteristics of theistic Satanism may include a belief in magic, which is manipulated through ritual, although that is not a defining criterion, and theistic Satanists may solely focus on devotion. Cheers! You got this. We got this, guys. We got this. Luciferianism. See, this is why we're here. This is why we've all gathered here today, because of Luciferianism. Luciferianism is a belief system that venerates the characteristics that are attributed to Lucifer. Luciferians usually revere Lucifer not as the devil, but as a destroyer, guardian, liberator, light bringer, and or guiding spirit to darkness, or even as the true God, as opposed to Jehovah. One group of Luciferians, those of Neo-Luciferian Church, are influenced by agnosticism. Cool. This is a version of the symbol of Lucifer used by some Satanists, some modern Satanists. Okay. Don't know what the Order of Nine Angels is. This is a whole thing. This is why we've all gathered here today. To ban trolls and read about Satan. Order of Nine Angels. According to the group's own claims, the Order of the Nine Angels was established in Shropshire, England during the late 1960s when a Grand Mistress united a number of ancient pagan groups active in the area. This account states that when the Order's Grand Mistress migrated to Australia, a man known as Anton Long took over as the new Grand Master. From 1976 onward, he authored an array of texts for the tradition, codifying and extending its teachings, mythos, and structure. Various academics have argued that Long is the pseudonym of the British National Socialist Movement and David Myatt, an allegation that Myatt has denied. Interesting. The ONA arose to public attention in the early 1980s, spreading its message through magazine articles over the following 2 decades. In 2000, it established a presence on the internet, later adopting social media to promote its message. Here's one of the principal symbols of the ONA. It's a secretive organization, lacks any central administration, instead operating as a network of allied satanic practitioners, which it terms the collective. It consists largely of autonomous cells known as nexions. The majority of these are located in Britain, Ireland, Germany, although others are located elsewhere in Europe and in Russia, Egypt, South Africa, Brazil, Australia, and the United States. The ONA describe their occultism as traditional Satanism. The ONA's writings encourage human sacrifice, referring to their victims as opfers. According to the order's teaching, such opfers must demonstrate character faults that mark them out as being worthy of death. No ONA cell has admitted to carrying out a sacrifice in a ritualized manner, but rather, order members have joined the police and military in order to carry out such killings. Wow. Faxnell describes the order as a dangerous extreme form of Satanism, while religious studies scholar Graham Harvey wrote that the ONA fit the stereotype of the Satanist better than other groups by embracing deeply shocking and illegal acts. The ONA is connected to multiple killings, rapes, and cases of child abuse, and right-wing terrorism. Interesting. Several British politicians, including the Labour Party's Yvette Cooper, chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, have pushed for the group to be banned as a terror organization, and according to the BBC News, the authorities are concerned about the number of pedophiles associated with the ONA. Yikes. Additionally, there are various followers of the O9A paradigm who are or were also members of banned militant National Socialist groups, namely the Atomwaffen Division, Combat 18, Nordic Resistance Movement, the first of which even aims to make terror attacks. Interesting. I have no idea that existed. All sorts of stuff here. Okay, all right. We're doing it. It's happening. We're gonna get there. Temple Set. Temple Set is an initiatory occult society that claims to be the world's leading left-hand path religious organization. It was established in 1975 by Michael A. Aquino, certain members of the priesthood of the Church of Satan, who left the Church of Satan because of administrative and philosophical disagreements. Church of Satan, TOS, Temple of Set, deliberately self-differentiated from the Church of Satan in several ways, most significantly in theology and sociology. The philosophy of the Temple of Set may be summed up as enlightened individualism, enhancement and improvement of oneself by personal education, experiment, and initiation. This process is necessarily different and distinctive for each individual. The members do not agree on whether Set is real or symbolic, and they're not expected to. Interesting. Michael Aquino, we're going to go with Aquino, although I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, believed that the name Satan was originally a corruption of the name Set. Temple teaches that Set is a real entity and the only real god in existence, with other gods being created by the human imagination. Interesting. Set is described as having given humanity, through means of non-natural evolution, the black flame, or the gift of Set, which is a questioning intellect that sets humans apart from other animals. While Setians are expected to revere Set, they do not worship him. Central to Setian philosophy is the human individual, with self-deification present as the ultimate goal. In 2005, Peterson noted that the academic estimates for the temple's membership varied between 300 and 500, and Granholm suggested that in 2007, the temple contained circa 200 members. Very small. Joy of Satan. Joy of Satan is a website and esoteric occult group that was founded in the early 2000s by Maxine Dietrich, pseudonym of Andrea Maxine Dietrich, wife of the American National Socialist Movement's co-founder and former leader Clifford Harrington. With its inception, the spiritual Satanism was born, a current that until recently was regarded only as theist, but then defined into spiritual Satanism by theistic Satanists, who concluded that the term spiritual in Satanism represented the best answer to the world, considering it as a moral slap toward the earlier carnal and materialistic LaVeyan Satanism. Interesting. And instead focusing its attention on spiritual evolution. Joy of Satan presents a unique synthesis of theistic Satanism, National Socialism, Gnostic paganism, Western esotericism, UFO conspiracy theories, and extraterrestrial hypotheses similar to those popularized by Zecharia Sitchin and David Icke. I'm amazed. This is showing how much I didn't know about Satanism prior. I'm just amazed at how diverse it is in terms of different belief sets and whatnot, because I didn't really realize that. So this is interesting. Let's see. Members of Joy of Satan are generally polytheists, believing that Satan is one of many deities. While Satan and demons are considered deities within Joy of Satan, the deities themselves are understood to be highly evolved, unaging, sentient, powerful humanoid extraterrestrial beings. Satan and many demons are equated with gods from ancient cultures, some of which included Sumerian god Enki and the Yazidi angel Melek Taus, being seen as Satan, borrowing their theistic Satanist interpretations of Enki from the writings of Zecharia Sitchin and Melek Taus, partially deriving from the writings of Anton LaVey. Satan is seen not only as an important deity, but a powerful and sentient being responsible for the creation of humanity. Satan is also revered by Joy of Satan as the true father and creator god of humanity, the bringer of knowledge, and whose desire is for his creations, humans, to elevate themselves through knowledge and understanding. In their beliefs, Yazidism is in juxtaposition with Satanism, as they consider the two share elements, such as Yazidi. I'm not familiar with this. So Yazidism, or Sharfadin, is a monotheistic ethnic religion that has roots in Western Iranic, pre-Zoroastrian, religion directly derived from the Indo-Iranian tradition. Got it. Okay. So in their beliefs, Yazidism is in juxtaposition with Satanism, as they consider the two share similar elements, such as Yazidi devotees being defined by Muslims as devotees to Shaitan and regarded as Satanists. It is also believed that the figure of Melek Taus, the peacock angel, may derive from much older pagan deities such as Saraswati, the Hindu goddess of wisdom who rides a peacock, or even the god Indra, who transforms into a peacock. The story of Melek Taus itself is also considered by Joy of Satan to have many satanic elements, such as being described as the angel who rebelled against the Abrahamic God. The sacred text of the Yazidis, the Al-Jalwa, is claimed by the JOS as the word of Satan. While maintaining some popularity as a theistic Satanist sect, the group has been widely criticized for its association with the National Socialist movement and its racial anti-Jewish, anti-Judaic, anti-Christian sentiment, as well as its anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Much of their beliefs on aliens, meditation, and telepathic contacts with demons have become popular in larger milieu within currents of recent non-Levian theistic Satanism. According to Peterson's survey, 2014, Joy of Satan's Angel Fire Network has a surprising prominence among theistic Satanist websites on the internet. In addition, James R. Lewis's Satan Census also revealed a presence of respondents to Joy of Satan. Okay. All right. Personal Satanism. We'll read about personal Satanism. Maybe we'll read about art a little bit. Look at this guy. I think we're gonna do personal Satanism, and then maybe just look at pictures and call it. We'll see. We'll see. This is why we've all gathered here today. So we'll see. In contrast to the organized and doctrinal Satanist groups, is the personal Satanism of individuals who identify as Satanists due to their affinity for the general idea of Satan, including such characteristics as viciousness or subversion. Dierendal, Lewis, and Peterson use the term reactive Satanism to describe one form of modern Satanism. They describe this as an adolescent and antisocial means of rebelling in a Christian society by which an individual transgresses cultural boundaries. They believed that there were two tendencies within reactive Satanism. One, satanic tourism, was characterized by the brief period of time in which an individual was involved, while the other, the satanic quest, was typified by a longer and deeper involvement. Here we have a picture of American serial killer Richard Ramirez, self-identified as a Satanist. Interesting. The researcher Gareth Medway noted that in 1995, he encountered a British woman who stated that she had been a practicing Satanist during her teenage years. She had grown up in a small mining village and had come to believe that she had psychic powers. After hearing about Satanism in some library book, she declared herself a Satanist and formulated a belief that Satan was the true God. After her teenage years, she abandoned Satanism and became a chaos magician. There is a lot of, connection between chaos magic and Satanism, right? Also spelled chaos magic. Contemporary magical practice, New Age religious movement, initially emerged in England in the 1970s as part of the wider neo-pagan and magical subculture. Interesting. Some personal Satanists are teenagers or mentally disturbed individuals who have engaged in criminal activities. During the 1980s and 1990s, several groups of teenagers were apprehended after sacrificing animals and vandalizing both churches and graveyards with satanic imagery. Intravigne, every time I read it differently, stated that these incidents were more of a product of juvenile deviance and a marginalization than Satanism. That makes sense. In a few cases, the crimes of these personal Satanists have included murder. In 1970, two separate groups of teenagers, one led by Stanley Baker in Big Sur and the other by Stephen Hurd in Los Angeles, killed a total of 3 people and consumed parts of their corpses in what they later claimed were sacrifices devoted to Satan. The American serial killer Richard Ramirez, for instance, claimed that he was a Satanist. During his 1980s killing spree, he left an inverted pentagram at the scene of each murder, and at his trial called out "Hail Satan." In 1984, on Long Island, a group allegedly called the Knights of the Black Circle killed one of its own members, Gary Lauwers, over a disagreement regarding the group's illegal drug dealing. Group members later related that Lauwers' death was a sacrifice to Satan. In particular, self-declared Satanist and alleged member of the Knights of the Black Circle, Ricky the Acid King Casso, what a nickname, became notorious for torturing and murdering Lauwers while attempting to force Lauwers to declare "I love Satan" during the murder. On November 21st, 1998, Jarno Elg, a Finnish Satanist, was sentenced to life in prison for murdering a 23-year-old man in Hyvinkää, Finland, eating some of the body parts and instigating others to participate in a ritual that included torturing the victim. Satanism. I think it's interesting too that they like point to these various like instances of violence, not to like defend Satanism, but also to defend Satanism, I guess. Because in some ways, I think that it's being painted in this light of like it involves violence and whatnot, which is not to say it doesn't, but also like I think that like if you're reading like articles about Christianity, for example, it's often like doesn't go into the various like murders that have occurred in the name of Christ, right? So just I think it's interesting. Okay, what are we doing? Some art. Let's look at more art. This is Satan in Paradise Lost, as illustrated by Gustave Doré. This is heavy metal singer King Diamond. He's a member of the Church of Satan. Cool makeup, cool hat. The Crusades, that's what I'm saying, right? Big yikes. Yeah. In defense of Satanism. But not in defense of Satanism, but also in defense of Satanism. I was going to read about seahorses, but guys, I'm done. I'm done. But thank you all for being here. Linkit and T Miller and Sfatty. And thank you again to Air Brandy for the raid earlier. If y'all don't know Air Brandy, she's really wonderful, and you should go check her out for sure. Thank you so much. Anyone who chatted, anyone who lurked, y'all are beautiful and amazing. I will be back Tuesday. If not tomorrow, I have most of this week off because I had PTO that I needed to use before the end of the fiscal year. So who knows? I'll be around probably quite a bit this week. But generally speaking, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, I play video games. And then Sundays we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So if you want to come hang out for any of that, you should, and you can, and we will. And my phone is reminding me that I need to vote tomorrow. So do that if you're a voting person. That said, dear friends, let me find somebody to raid. Where we gonna go? Who we gonna hang out with? I don't know, but we're gonna see who's online. We got Nicole Rohr. We got Queen Dream Bad Gal. Let's go hang out with Nicole Rohr. Haven't been there in a minute. Nicole Rohr is great, and I feel like during Pride, it's always nice to raid a fellow queer streamer. But right now, she's playing Dead by Daylight. She's a tattooist. She's a lesbian. You love to see it. So we'll go hang out with her. I never play Dead by Daylight, but it's always kind of fun watching people playing it because I have no idea what's happening. And it seems like a good time if you're into murder and stuff. And on the note of Satanism, it seems appropriate. I love you guys. I will see you later this week. Thank you again for being here. Goodbye. I love you. Bye. I'll see you later. Bye.
One, I forgot I had deliverance on. Two,
Goodbye. Thank you. I appreciate you. Sorry I was in a weird headspace all day. All right. Love you. Bye.